But we want the survey results.
I was getting nervous. Never not had a quorum, and like, it's 6:03.
Peter, can you give us a thumbs up if you can hear us?
I was like, should I reach
Thank you.
out to them?
And Peter, do you mind saying hello so we make sure we can hear you too?
But I am sorry, I should have. We're good.
Yeah, hi, welcome, and thank you very much for braving the storm.
You're not hearing him
No,
through the TV.
I didn't hear you.
No, I was out canvassing this last weekend.
Doesn't sound like he's through the TV. Maybe he's through the owl.
But
I'll try
Was it?
again.
So maybe the
It's
speakers aren't turned up?
Speakers is on.
come on.
Chris, am I supposed to be on owl or, yeah. There, I changed it. Peter, can you try again?
We'll get there.
Yeah, thank you for coming over to the ledge today. Thanks very much.
There we go. I like to keep Chris on his toes.
I'm still waiting to see Chris frazzled. It just doesn't seem to happen.
I've tried. Hasn't happened.
Surely.
All right, so one.
And Michael's on his way, but it's going to be a few minutes late. Teddy's on, so we've got,
Okay, so we are.
we do have a quorum. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
It's greasy out there.
yeah.
Greasy. I love that word. That's why I took the wife's SUV. It's like, little Subaru, Toyota Highlander. Yep. One crash is a little bit better than the other.
There's Michael.
Oh, we have a super quorum.
Oh, that's for Sam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know Michael's on his way.
Did you want, she's not here.
Come on. There we go.
Put it in the drawer.
That was great, right? Drum roll.
Yeah, so the only,
See?
so the only one we
got
don't
volume and,
know
Michael
about is
Square,
now.
stage left. Don't mind me. I had a day of playing with kids and stuff. I hate boots. Oh, those are nice boots.
They were like $20 at the Walmart.
Oh, and there's Dawn on vacation and
can I kick her out of the meeting?
you probably can.
Is
All right, well, if we're ready to roll, we can get the show on the road.
On the greasy road.
Yeah, slippery, snowy road. So it is 6:05 by the clock on the wall, and I'll call this Barre City Council meeting to order on Tuesday, January 16th at 6 p.m. Council present tonight, we have joining us online, Councilor Wozniak, Councilor Deering here in person, Councilor Booton, Councilor Lozon, and I am Mayor J. Kimmerich.
Did you get Teddy? Counselor Wozniak is here? Okay, sorry.
Tonight's agenda is available online and in the back of the room. The meeting has been publicly posted, is being recorded, and subject to Vermont's open meeting law and council's rules of procedure, which are available online. Welcome everybody who's joining us here in the room and and online. If you are on the Zoom meeting, note that the chat function should only be used for technical issues or difficulties. Otherwise, it's not there for an online dialogue. The city offers online access as a convenience and will continue the meeting if any technical difficulties occur. Please stay muted if you're not speaking, and you can raise your hand or signal if you'd like to be recognized. If you're here in the room, please speak into the microphone and state your name for the record. I'll call on speakers in order, allowing those who haven't spoken yet to speak first, and limiting time if necessary to get through our agenda tonight. If you have any questions about process or procedure, please ask and we will get it sorted. With that, and also I apologize for being absent last meeting. My sister and I got this text from my mom like a half hour before council meeting began, and she said the storms are getting really bad. She's in Florida, and she said, I just want to let you know that I love you. So I was on the phone instantly, and the storm surge was coming up to the tires on her camper. So that's why I missed the meeting. So are there any adjustments to the agenda, City Council? Our manager?
And none for me, Mayor.
All right, cool. With no adjustments to the agenda, that takes us to our third item on the agenda, visitors and communications. This is an opportunity to speak to an item that is not on the agenda tonight. If you're here to speak to an item that is on the agenda, you can raise your hand and we can recognize you when we take that item of business. Are there any items for anything anyone wants to speak to? It's not on the agenda. All right, hearing and seeing none, that takes us to our consent agenda. We have approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting of Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. We have the city warrants of January 17th, 2024. Do we have any licenses?
Not this week. We will have some next week.
Okay, we have ratification of the January 9th, 24 approval to move town meeting day to May 14th, 2024, and place this item on the consent agenda. We have ratifications of the 1/9/24 approval of the resolution expressing support for the flood omnibus bill, and we have our approval of the 2024 certificate of mileage. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Councilor Lozon, second by Councilor Booton. Is there any discussion?
Yep. Just out of curiosity, when was the last time we added a street to the map? Do you know?
I have no idea.
It feels
It's
like
not my
it's
department.
true, but it feels like it's been quite a while because I can't think of the last time we added one.
I think Councilor Booton's
interesting.
question is it looks like there was an omission caught on the mileage certificate for the two roads that are streets that were added.
An omission?
I don't know. I was just noticing that it was added.
Oh,
in.
added, yeah. So I
So
put
was-
a note in the packet because I had Brian explain this to me. It was a adjustment of the right of way. So we may have adjustments from year to year as the city catches up with.
I just don't remember when I've
I'm
seen
sorry. I
an
thought you were
addition. No. I was just
Sorry,
asking when the last time is
I
that
don't know
we
the answer
added.
to that.
Okay.
Council or City Manager Emeritus might.
Oh,
To my knowledge, we didn't add any during my administration. Might have been an adjustment in classifications, but no additions that I recall.
yeah. That's what I just found it very interesting since I don't remember ever seeing it.
To Councilor Booton's point, it sounds like these are two segments of road that have already were on our books, but they just weren't caught in previous years.
Yes, I think this is just to do with the right of way related to those streets. They're two unapproved streets. And so we were just even on an unapproved street, there's a right of way. As Brian explained to me, there's a right of way. And so we're just capturing that within this certificate. And so now with TJ on board, he's going to be able to catch up on some of these. And so we may see a couple of these a year as he's able to get those surveyed and adjusted.
Cool.
I had two questions about the warrant. One was the town of Barre property taxes. I was just curious, how much land do we own in Barre town?
I don't know the acreage.
Yeah,
but
we'd have to look it up. The
Okay,
biggest
right.
parcel is probably the Pex Pond
Yes.
up off of at the exit 6
yeah, and I
access
believe we own a
road.
piece off of
And then
Hope Cemetery.
We've got I think that's actually in two chunks.
Yeah.
We've got the little piece in Jockey Hollow just beyond the city line.
You got the storage tank up on Pierce Road.
Right,
Pierce Road.
You got a transmission main from the city.
yeah.
Cool, thanks. The other question I had was about electricity. I noticed we have about $12,000 electric bill this week, and I noticed the holiday lights are still on with the shopping season. Are we going to turn those off at a certain point, or?
Yeah, I think we work with Tracy on that. I think they help.
They usually stay on for a few months just during the darkest time of the winter to help give a little more life to the downtown. I'm not sure what the usual turn off date is, but I do believe that they stay on at least through January. But
Mr. Mayor, who would you like them on?
Well, I was just thinking, we're facing some tough budgets and we're cutting color copies. It seems like that we should cut the electric bill too. So.
It's just a matter of us not getting down there yet.
Yeah. Go. All right. So that takes us to the motion. We have a motion and a second. If there's no further questions on the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, you got Burn online.
Hi, Bern.
Hi, thanks. I'm Bernadette Rose. So about the city lights, I was wondering, can you turn them off during the daytime? The holiday lights, they run all day and all night, and I was just thinking that if we could run them on a timer, that would really cut the electric use. And so it's just a comment about that. Thank you.
And I'll also note that I'm going to just not participate in this vote, just because the flood omnibus bill mentions the agency I work for in quite a few sections, and it's a little too close for comfort for me. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
and I just want to make sure that
Councilor
Councilor
Wozniak, what's your vote?
Wozniak.
I voted aye.
Thank you.
Okay, the ayes have it, the motion carries. So that takes us to item 5, the city clerk and treasurer report.
Just a couple things, continuing reminder that there's election information on the city website. And it's a little more in depth now that we've got various elections. A reminder to the public that we will be voting on town meeting day, March 5th. On that date, we'll have the presidential primary. We will also have the elections for the Barre Unified Union School District for board members and their budget. We'll also have the election for the Central Vermont Career Center School District for their budget. There are no Career Center Barre City seats up for election this year, so it won't include any of those. So that's what's happening in March. And then, as was ratified this evening, the Barre City Town Meeting will be on May 14th, which is when the city will vote on its budget, funding requests for organizations and offices that are up for election, which include the mayor, 3 city councilors, and clerk treasurer. And so there's information on the website about the positions that are up for election, about running for any of those positions. There's copies of the nominating petitions, copies of the consent for candidates form, consent of candidate form, and also information on how to request absentee ballots, or you can call into the clerk's office to do that. So there's a bunch of information on the website about the upcoming elections. I will remind people that if you are going to participate in the presidential primary, federal law requires that you select a ballot, either the Democratic or the Republican ballot. And so you'll have an opportunity to select which one you want. If you're going to have them mailed to you, you have to make that decision now. If you're going to do it at the polls, obviously you'll do it. If you're voting at the polls, you'll make that decision there. And then the only other thing, now that we're within a month of the next tax payment, I will continue to remind people that the third quarter installment is due February 15. I think that's it.
Any questions for the clerk and treasurer? All right, hearing and seeing none, that takes us to the liquor and cannabis control boards. Do we have any apps?
Nothing this week, but we will have stuff next week.
Okay. So, city manager's report.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple updates for the council. A reminder again about the North End Public Engagement, which is kicking off tomorrow, Wednesday, 117 at the Old Labor Hall from 6 to 7:30. And we also will have ward-based meetings. Ward 2 will be Wednesday, the 24th at the Brook Street School. Ward 1 will be Thursday, the 25th at Spalding High School Library. and Ward 3 will be Monday, the 29th at the Mutua. Those will all be from 5 to 6:30 p.m. and all the information's on our website. You can find it on the public announcements banner there, so it's easy to find right online as you log in. Just a lot of activities continuing around advocacy at the legislature this week. Today, I actually had a great opportunity to do meet and greets with several legislators, and included some residents from the city who were impacted by the flood. So it was really helpful to get and powerful to have the people who were impacted telling their stories directly to the folks at the Capitol who will be making these decisions. So this has taken up an increasing amount of time, but very important work, and we're very hopeful that we're making progress at the Capitol. We are, myself and Brian, Director of Public Works, and Don have been working with VEM on a BRIC grant application. So this is a federal funding source that Barre had a $400,000 set aside in, and we've been engaging with VEM. We're sort of looking at two concepts right now. One is a river sedimentation removal program, which is similar to one approved by Bennington by A&R. So this is to sounds like dredging, but it's really what Bennington has is they did a river study. They figured out where there was deposits happening. A&R has approved a plan where they can go and do some maintenance in those areas. And so we've actually been working, speaking with the group that's going to present today about some of these concepts. Along with Pat Moulton, we know that it can be one strategy. And then looking at water main replacement on 302 to secure our water supply, we had several areas of the water main that were really compromised during the flood, and so we're looking to shore those up with this BRIC application. So we'll be on ongoing conversations with VEM on that process. We've also kicked off our hazard mitigation plan update. As you may recall, Council approved a contract with CVRPC to help us update a plan last fall. There will be a public process that's included as part of this update, and we expect submission of a draft plan to FEMA and VEM in the late spring or early summer. And then just one final note, little bit of revenue. We are going to start using LiveBarn at the BOR. This is a system that streams games, practices, everything. They've set up the company sets up the cameras, they set up their own internet, and then people subscribe to that. So if you have your grandparents in Utica want to watch their kids' Black Bears game, they can tune in, and the city gets a cut from everybody who logs in to the BOR feed. So it's not huge dollars, but every dollar helps, and it helps our recreational facilities at zero cost to us. So it's a nice little win-win for the building. So that's it from you, Mayor.
Right. Other questions for the manager?
Yes.
Councilor Lozon?
Kind of like FanDuel, huh?
Yes.
With kids.
So we actually found out, Councilor, that if Spalding has a real high stakes game, we can turn off the live feed so U32 can't watch the practice. So just,
Okay.
that was very important to me.
Good thinking. Nicholas, would you mind, we've heard a lot about property tax relief, but not so much about water and sewer relief. So would you mind, you and I had a short conversation prior
Yes.
to the council meeting. Could you just
Absolutely.
go through that process for those who may need relief from a water and sewer bill if they were impacted by the flood?
Yeah, so please come see, please call Clint, and the water sewer department is the thing that people should do. The council, as part of our immediate flood response in July, the council granted me authority to provide abatement, so to speak, of water sewer bills. At the time, we had water that may have been running in people's basements, and so this gave me a chance to sort of reduce those bills based on historical usage that Clint was able to calculate. So if anyone still has any recurring issues with that, if they didn't get addressed this summer, that authority still is active. So encourage any residents with those problems to first make their first call to Clint at the water sewer department. He will get the ball rolling, and we can administratively take care of those overcharges on bills.
So if they have a home that is not currently occupiable, just so people understand, if it's off at the street, they will not receive a bill at all. If it's not off at the street, if it's off inside your home, you will still receive a bill for the base charges, and that's what the manager was talking about. The city, he does have the authority to abate those bills if you can demonstrate that you're not currently occupying your home.
Correct.
And Clint's number is
476
Thank you. I knew you were gonna ask that.
0251.
Awesome. Thank you.
His extension.
I had a question about the bad dog bite and attack on Garden Street. So the dog has been ordered by the health officer to be removed from the city, right?
Yes.
And then if the dog is back in the city, what's the next step for the dog to be destroyed or?
Yeah, the dog couldn't remain in the city. And I saw the fire marshal on. I don't know if Nick is still on the call. Doesn't look like he is. But yeah, the dog just was deemed was unsafe for city living. So if there is an incident of the dog, and there's Nick again. Nick, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did.
Do you mind? Are you able to address it? Yeah.
Yes, I can. Sorry, I'll park for a second. I'm trying to do some snow cleanup. If the dog returns to the city, it will be seized and will be removed. That's our next step.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just curious. You may have seen that email too from the resident. And the Bob Duncan who reached out from the Institute of Architects for Vermont. Were you going to follow up with him about?
I
Okay.
will. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Thanks. Are there any other questions for the manager?
One last one. I think we've all received an email from a constituent regarding a tree on Nelson Street. Has there been any progress on that?
I don't know, Counselor. I know we talked about, I don't think I'm actually getting these. I went back to look. So if you don't mind making sure I'm on them.
I'll forward them
Yeah,
to you.
if you don't mind, because
Sorry.
I think
Okay.
Jeff may have been on it. I went back to look after you mentioned, and I don't remember finding it. But if you send that to me, I'm happy to follow up with Jeff. I don't have an update at the moment.
I'll do that right now.
All right. If there are no other questions, that takes us to our first item of new business, which we have guests from A&R. I don't have names, but I know Ned. Ned, do you have anybody else joining you tonight?
Yeah, primarily I'll be speaking, but also Stacy Pomeroy is here to help with any questions that might come up in terms of Q&A stuff. So thank you. And pretty much the two of us.
All right. Did you want to
All right,
kick
and can I share my
I'm
screen?
happy to turn it right to them. Yeah, Ned, you should have been, you should be authorized to share your screen.
Okay, great.
There you are.
All right. It's always one of these weird things when you go into presentation mode, how things shift. Hang on.
Well, then we also got, thanks for the handouts you sent out on gravel extraction and bar scalping, as well as River Dynamics 101.
Great, great. Thank you. Those are from my colleague, Stacy.
Stacy.
All right, from the top here, one more time, sorry. All right, are you seeing that, or should I go back to?
No, we're not, at least not on the.
Okay, hang on, here we go. All right, how about now?
Still nothing.
No luck.
Yeah. I don't know if we can pull up the presentation.
No, because it came after we had all our stuff loaded. Oh, there it goes.
There we go.
Do you see it? I don't.
We're seeing your PowerPoint window, but we're looking at a gray blank screen. It might be.
That's what I'm seeing too.
But then, did you want us to maybe you can save it as a PDF and then?
Let me share the PDF that I have. I do have that prepared, so let me just bring that up and see if that will override here. Something curious about this, of course. All right, do you see that now?
Might be a little bit of a delay.
You still have the PowerPoint screen, Ned.
You still see PowerPoint, okay. Thank you.
You have 2 monitors?
Nope. All right.
Laptop.
A little awkward.
Well, if you want us to, we could jump forward on the agenda and then loop back. Would that help? Or maybe Pat, if you have the PowerPoint presentation? No. Okay.
I
Okay, how
don't,
about this? Do you see this now?
We're seeing starting screen share.
Yeah, there we go.
there we go.
It's us.
All right.
Saved by
That's
the
what I want.
PDF.
All right, so this is the PDF then. We'll go through the
All right.
PDF. Thank you so much, and sorry for the technical glitch there. Thank you for the opportunity just to do a quick review of just kind of where we're at in terms of flood information and riverine flooding, if you would, as that contributes to the work that you're doing in the city, which is so important right now. A lot of people involved in this, including work with the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission, involved in helping with the hazard mitigation plan, as you just heard, and other efforts with infill and other kinds of development happening. The basic points that I would really strongly kind of call your attention to, as I'm sure you're well aware, is to really, we need to find ways of learning from this year, which has been remarkable, to say the least, and to use this to inform our work together and in the city and changing the situation to become more flood resilient. And part of that is to be protecting floodplain functions where they still exist, and that's largely outside the city, but to be thinking in terms of the watersheds that are influencing the situation here in the city, restoring floodplain functions where possible, again, in but also around the city, and adapting the built environment for thriving Barre City. So the key elements I would think about are, where are these hazard areas and what are the hazards? What's already at risk and who's there? How do we protect what works and not make it worse, not aggravate the problem by doing mindless forms of changes in the landscape and development that's not considerate of the impacts? Reducing the risk that we know about, preparing for emergencies because we will have more, and ensuring to the best of our ability the residual risk, because we're going to still have a lot of difficulties as people recover in the future. Here's a quick snapshot of the Winooski watershed in blue, and you can see Barre City in the lower right-hand corner in the southeastern corner of the watershed. And the watershed here is just shy of 100 square miles coming into the city from Plainfield, Orange, Washington, Williamstown, a little bit from Berlin. And this is really all the water that's influencing the water in the river itself and otherwise from stormwater in the city. So this is a fact that we need to be thinking about context. And in that, of course, we also still have the East Barre flood control structure in Barrytown and in Orange. In the city, and you can see again the highlight of the city in this image and the LiDAR hillshade in the background, we have quite a number of structures that are in the identified high-risk flood hazard zone. And as you might remember, 12,000 years ago or so, when the first people were arriving in this region, they were probably 300 feet overhead, walking on the frozen surface of Lake Winooski, which didn't drain north toward Montpelier, but rather southeast out through, or south really, through Williamstown to the Connecticut River Valley. And that whole experience of being in a glacial lake itself has, been part of the shaping of the landscape of the city and part of what we're learning about even today. So Barre City, like many other communities in Vermont, has an exposure to flood damage because of the way development has happened historically. The number one community in the state is Bennington. Number two is Barre City for the number of buildings that are in the high risk special flood hazard area. And the Winooski River Valley has more than its fair share of this level of exposure. And that's why it's so important to be thinking about working together. In the city itself, probably, as you saw before, probably over 342 odd structures in the high risk zone, probably 11% of all the buildings in town. So a substantial amount of the community is facing some risk from flood damage. And that was something that became very real to us several times in recent years, including this summer in July. What we have for information right now is really primarily from FEMA through the flood insurance rate maps. There's been a whole history of flooding, of course, in this valley since the glacial lake disappeared. Most memorably, 1927, when over 80 people died in Vermont, and not quite 100 years ago, 38, 73. In 1974, the city got its first flood hazard boundary map, which identified areas at risk in the city and from flooding. And about a decade later, 1985, the community joined the National Flood Insurance Program and began regulating new development to make it safe from the known flood hazards. So it's really only a small portion of the history of the city have we begun making adjustments in the form of development to be flood safe from any informed background. And since then, of course, 96, 97, 99, 2000, 2008, 2011 in the spring, and 2013, we got the updated flood map, which is the digital flood insurance rate map we use today. On this map, you can see a quick version of that data, which includes these cross sections across Stevens Branch, and Jail Brook as well has this data, and even Gunners Brook has these elevations of the height of the water during the base flood. So the flood size, that's part of the National Flood Insurance Program. Of course, there's many smaller floods and there are a few larger floods. And this is just one size flood that tries to help to inform the community over time. The other size flood you see in this image is actually this little browner side off to the side in the bottom right and off in the upper corner. And this is the next size flood, or the 500-year flood as it's proposed. It's not a regulatory area, but it's an area that's subject to damage from flooding and mapped to help us understand that.
Now, is it okay if I jump in and ask a question about the maps? I understand that FEMA's working on updating the maps, but they're like years behind in the Northeast district. Do you have any sense of a realistic timeline that they're going to deliver?
Yeah, I will talk about that. Thank you. Yeah, actually, they're coming right up. So we think they're coming right up. But you're right. It's always vulnerable to funding from Congress and delays that happen due to that and other kinds of contractual things. A lot of the FEMA work is also delayed when there are disasters, and FEMA staff get pulled off to deal with disasters. But we are expecting to see new data this coming fall.
Okay, thank you.
So that's going to be very helpful, I think. So this is just images that came in from AOT looking at some of the damage in the city after the flood in July. And, you know, the Stevens Branch has been hemmed in by development and fill over the years, most of it not informed by flood maps, and a lot of the roads and bridges, as you can see, the railroad trestle here, collecting trash and debris and becoming little mini dams and affecting the rest of the city. So that's one factor that is visible. After the flood, USGS, US Geological Survey, came through and tried to identify evidence of how high the water came all across Vermont as it was affected in the flooding, and in Barre City, identified these locations with elevations off the ground as how high the water came at these spots, so as to inform the community in its effort to become more flood resilient. And as it says in the bottom right, we're looking at preliminary data coming in probably in this summer or fall to look at that information. For better and for worse, it's not entirely what we would love to have. And I just want to reiterate that in a second. One of the elements is that the world is changing. In this arrow here, you can see is back in the late 70s when I was in college in geology class. And at that time, there was nobody that was quite clear whether the elevation of CO2 was happening at all. And of course, since then, we've gone well above 400 parts per million in the atmosphere. And the global surface temperature has now, in this last year, hit 1.5, a temperature that we haven't hit globally for 100,000 years. That also is affecting sea temperatures, which is the key thing that drove our experience in July, was the temperature of water off Florida, reaching over 100 degrees and likely to do that again in the coming year. Also, the Vermont Climate Assessment notes that there's been a change in precipitation patterns since the 70s, when we really have seen a change from lower rainfalls to higher intensity rainfalls. That's, again, something that we're all too familiar with at this point. In Tropical Storm Irene, you can see on left in red, a lot of the water that came as part of that tropical storm, more than 6 inches or more, was primarily in central and southern Vermont, and most of it didn't really hit Barre City, although we did have the flooding earlier in the spring. This year in July, in purple, areas being hit by precipitation of 6 inches or more, really up the entire spine of the Green Mountains, northern Appalachians in Vermont. This is an example of something I just want to caution you about. We're using this flood data from the firms, from the flood insurance rate maps, because it's a basic form of data to help us inform flood safe construction going forward. And that's our common effort here. But it's limited, it's not comprehensive. If you look at this gauge in Moortown on the Mad River, you can see that USGS has marked out the high water marks of various historical floods. 1927 at the top, Tropical Storm Irene, not too far below that on the Mad River. And then below that is the Q100, or what the information is that informs the base flood map on the Mad River. And when the new maps come out next summer, for the preliminary maps, the Mad River will have information that doesn't reflect the summer of 2023 or the summer of 2011. It'll have the old data from before those events. That's the same situation we're going to have in Barre City. It's not likely that they're going to be able to update the data and update the maps to incorporate that and put that into this new information that we're going to be receiving. So I'm just trying to reiterate that it's helpful, it's not comprehensive, it's not up to date, and it doesn't predict the future. We also discovered a whole lot of new things about town. So the public safety building, we had, flows of mud and debris that came down. We've had all sorts of experiences with this post-glacial lake landscape and landslides that have affected us all around the city, and a lot of continuing agony about what to do and how to deal with this. We also do have some information from the flood insurance study. In this case, you can see the Stevens branch coming through the city and a series of red dots showing bridges and crossings, railroad and town roads, all of which were placed there before there was a flood map or information about how to avoid making things worse. And on the right, you can see on the Willie Street, one of the many bridges, that the water comes in under the base flood, not the 500, but even the base flood, and hits the entire side of the bridge and backs up the water so that, upstream of the bridge, affecting much of the north end, it might be actually 3 feet higher than otherwise. So there's a number of these things that are going to be important to review and to think about how to slowly drop the flood risk for the community in the city over time because of the nature of historical development. And that'll take time to tease through. VEM, Vermont Emergency Management, is working with money from ACCD and doing comprehensive surveys of flood restoration, floodplain restoration and flood, resilience opportunities across Vermont, and particularly in the highly affected areas, and particularly as it pertains to the Winooski River Valley. We'll be really looking for that. And when we get that information, it'll be really important to lean into it and pick out projects that'll be meaningfully valuable to the community to begin working at. But they're going to really be surveying for the easiest projects that can be found to help with flood resilience. Here's the Willie Street Bridge, actually. And so again, this is a place where one of many bridges that would be catching and delaying water and backing water up into places that are important to us. The other thing I want to mention is ERAF, Emergency Relief and Assistance Fund, which is a state fund to supplement, help communities out after a disaster. And so in this case, after a federally declared disaster, the federal government under public assistance usually picks up 75% of the cost. and the remainder is non-federal money, and the state picks up some of that. And right now, Barre qualifies for 7.5%, and and then the city picks up 17.5% of the remainder that is the non-federal share. But communities that take more steps to reduce flood damage going forward, the state picks up more money toward that response after a disaster, splitting it or leaning in and picking up the majority of it for communities that are taking a number of steps. And in this case, you can see the expanded community report for Barre City on Flood Ready. And right now, the city is getting the lowest ERAF score for some reason, but basically, we're missing road and bridge standards. So that's something that might inform bridges and culverts and so forth as they get managed and repaired and replaced. And also, as you know, as you just heard, the local hazard mitigation plan has expired. I know that there's a lot of work underway with that right now. We're hoping to see that happen soon. It would really be nice to have that become informed by this experience of this past summer. But at the same time, we need to get something on the ground ASAP to qualify for mitigation funds. So that's a really high priority action. And beyond that, we have things like the local emergency management plan, local emergency management plan, which is typically a list of who needs to be in contact, who has authority during an emergency. And it may be important in a lot of communities. I know places like Montpelier and Cabot and Waterbury are looking at things like, how do we expand that into a flood response plan? How do we know where to go, whose doors to knock on? How do we act to make it as safe and the best possible outcome we can at the last possible minute? And then how do we come up with flood and climate adaptation plans, intentions to become, flood safe, climate safe, and affordable and enjoyable and thriving in the future? And so all these kind of come into the municipal or city plan. And so these are all tools.
Yeah, Ned, while we're on the ERAF, Council Boone has his hand raised, and I had one question. I read the Vermont Economics Resilience Initiative plan over the summer after the flood. And I mean, one of the core recommendations, in addition to a lot of, stormwater regulation, was bumping up our ERAF. And we have the former city manager here tonight. And I was just curious, why didn't the city move any of these things forward? Like, why didn't we have all these things in place after the last floods?
I can't answer that. I don't know. So, but there's going to be a lot of questions and answers. We can talk more about this, but I think that's something that all of these things take tending. And, right now, as they said, the city's put out an RFP. It was hired out to Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission to help with the hazard mitigation plan. So that's underway. Every year, communities around the state have to update their local emergency management plan every year by the end of May, I think it is, or by the end of April, rather. So these things just take maintenance, and sometimes they get dropped. So that's important to work at.
And I think Council Boone, do you have a question about that?
Yeah, I mean, where would the work that we did on Gunners Brook, because we did a lot of work there, where would that fall on this? Or it doesn't?
So that was, I'm sorry, I'm flipping. That was under the authority of the previous hazard mitigation plan, which expired. It was last updated in 2017. It expires 5 years later. So under that identified a whole bunch of things to do the trash rack, to intercept moving in debris into the system and do buyouts. But somehow the plan is not updated right now. So that's one place where we want to do this learning and incorporate this new stuff. Also, the municipal plan is another place where the community can incorporate this profound experience of 2023 and incorporate this into the future of what we're doing. And as you know, there's a lot of other efforts going on, including a whole series of discussions tomorrow and then ward by ward to talk about other conceptions for making flood safe and affordable and delightful opportunities for the community going forward. So a lot of work going on there. I guess the fourth points I brought up first, we need to learn what happened and document that and really take that seriously. Some of this is going to be NOAA information. Some of this is going to be the flood insurance rate map for all of its strengths and weaknesses. It's going to be using new information as it comes along. It's going to be using community information that's been gathered through this event. As you know, the Vermont Geological Society Survey has been doing a lot of work documenting the landslides in and around the city. Whole new levels of understanding of this, the context that we're operating in. We need to be protecting the functions that already work for us, and floodplains and river corridors slow the water down so it doesn't all come into town at the same time and cause deeper, more damaging floods. So we don't want to lose those. Of course, the city's a small place and there just isn't a lot of it available to us to play with or protect. But in adjacent communities, sometimes there's more of that. We need to be restoring the floodplain functions where we can, the same sort of thing happening. And as I mentioned, money being invested right now to begin the process of looking for floodplain reconnection and restoration opportunities in the region. And you're going to need to really lean in to fund and make some of those happen for the value of the community. And then adapt and bounce forward, have a vision of where the city wants to be, as you know, and promote future growth as a safe, affordable, thriving community, finding and deploying tools to help people adapt their living spaces and their workplaces to become flood safe, which is a very complex and difficult process. And there's money like even today, the Flood Resilient Communities Fund, which is the more flexible money that is available for flood mitigation projects is empty. There's no money in that fund anymore. And so there's efforts, as you know, under a number of different bills to try to find ways of funding that again, so that can be a useful tool to community members and communities. And then we have the storm drainage and the sediment in the storm drainage in the city that needs to be managed. So that's another piece. The canal itself, or rather the channelized path of the Stevens branch is, really hemmed in and a very difficult, not really a river through the city anymore. It also can't really be reduced in terms of the depth of the channel without exposing sewer pipes and without causing cave-ins and collapse on the banks where there's been extensive work by private individuals to riprap the banks in the historical past. So it's a very difficult thing to do, but absolutely there's ways of managing sediment flow through the channel strategically. So these things are all opportunities to work with the regional management engineer, Jaron Beauregard. So rivers have a bunch of different functions. They store and move floodwater and ice and debris. They also have a lot of other values to our communities, including places that we love and care about. And key thing about floodplains is that they're actually helping us by reducing overall flood levels and flood power and the damage caused by excessive water, which we get and we will get more of. So keep what works, protect the floodplain functions, don't have adverse impacts on our neighbors and on the system that's actually working for us as best it can. And thank you so much for the chance to talk with you tonight and just say that much. There's so much that we have to learn and adapt to. So I will stop sharing and happy to take any questions you might have.
There are questions for Ned? I see a hand. Representative Peter Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really buoyed and optimistic with the presentation tonight. All of you know that I have been for at least 5 years trying to get rid of the trestle that was identified, and congratulations. The other thing that I would point out is both the bridges that, one of which was mentioned tonight, Willie Street, as well as Berlin Street, because of the choice of architecture of those bridges, they turned into dams. The older bridges were like the Granite Street Bridge, which is to say the superstructure was up overhead, which gained at least 5 or 6 feet of clearance from the river corridor. For whatever reason, the agency redesigned them to have the structural bed underneath the roadway, which of course lost a bunch of the clearance. I think that architecture has to be revisited. And finally, let me just point out, I'm so delighted that our presenter not only is talking about trying to move water through the city safely, understands that there is a role for sediment management, understands that there is a role for also channelization, so to say, that is to say, trying to coordinate whatever flood resilient and buyout potentials there are to also widen and restore flood and flow management, but also understand that what we do in Barre City cannot or should not be at the expense of a tragedy downstream. I mean, the whole point is to treat this as a system. And so what may advantage Barre, I hope, will not disadvantage Montpelier, for instance, or Berlin. And in any case, I really am just so optimistic that we finally are going to take a wholesale view of our problem, but also in the context of other communities, including the fact that we happen to be the recipient of a huge watershed that we do not control called Orange and Barrytown. And that's a problem. It's a political problem, but it's also a practical problem. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Representative Anthony. It sounds like a do unto those downstream as you'd have those upstream do unto you. So I see iPad Air, 4th generation. If you could introduce yourself. Oh, it's Danielle.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Danielle Zarski. Ned, thank you so much for this presentation. It was awesome. You clearly did your homework. And also, Mayor, your question, or no, actually, I think it was Michael who asked, why don't we have, why weren't we at that level for the ERAF funding in terms of the, having our hazard mitigation plan done, having adopted the road and bridge standards. And so looking forward into the future, I'm excited to know, that Nicholas is working on this, and hopefully our public works director is aware of this in terms of adopting the road and bridge standards, and moving forward, we won't be sort of behind the boat on that. So I think that was a great question. And I think it's really all about how do we make sure that that doesn't happen again. And I guess, Ned, one of the questions I have for you is, one of the things I've noticed in Barre City, spending a lot of time looking at potential sites for river access, is we have a lot of parking areas in the floodplain in the city. And I haven't done the math to figure out how much parking area, compared to green space, or parking area compared to buildings. But have other towns found ways to, I don't know, get funding to maybe help relocate parking lots? Because in terms of thinking about, having to do buyouts and things like that, it seems like removing parking lots to a certain extent, right? People need to use parking lots to work their jobs and get to where they need to go. But are there opportunities to move parking lots out of the floodplains, to find funding for that? I know we're focusing on the North End Resiliency Project, and a lot of that focus is on buildings and homes that are out, they're still in the floodplain, but they're not actually along the river corridor. Yet we have tons of paved areas along the river corridor that it seems like those would be better places to put our funding to remove them and find better spots and open up our floodplains. Do you know, Ned, have other communities faced this and come up with solutions, and what those solutions have looked like? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Honestly, I'm not sure about that. It's certainly, parking can be done in a flood hazard area. You can also reduce the elevation of the parking area and create flood storage as long as your car's not there. You can also create multi-story parking structures and get most of the cars above the floodwater. There's various ways of kind of looking at that. And part of it is flood function restoration. Part of it is perhaps, impervious surface and stormwater benefits. Part of it is a more walkable site. But there's a lot of good thinking there, and worth considering, and and an adaptive area planning process.
Stacy?
Ned, I'll add on just to Ned's comment. Can you hear me okay? Is my mic at a good distance? Great, thank you. You may look at the clean water funds under the enhancement grant categories or potentially formula funds. Encroachment removal, such as parking lots or homes, are something that can qualify for that funding as a form of floodplain restoration and opportunity. So you may be removing some aspects of the parking or reducing it in size or areas, looking at both stormwater considerations and or floodplain restoration, tree planting. The other area that you might explore is the Lake Champlain Basin Program funds. They have been, communities have applied to recent grants to do particular floodplain restoration. Montpelier has some good examples of looking at some strategies within some of their downtown to utilize some of that funding. So those are a couple places that you might explore for both project development, looking at what sites in the community may qualify or be interested in, and also working with the landowners. So clean water funds can help with the project development as well as design and implementation.
So big picture, what I'm hearing and seeing in this presentation is that Barre City has, compared to a lot of other Vermont communities, we have a lot of structures that are at risk. We're in a pretty big watershed. That new maps are coming from FEMA that we should be tracking. That and that we need to be working on our punch list for the ERAF reimbursement rates to maximize that. And also that it sounds like, I think one really remarkable thing that you said, Ned, was that we could lower the floodwaters by 3 feet by replacing the bridges. And I think anybody who follows VTrans processes knows that, from idea to actually something getting done can take 10 to 15 years. And I think that's why, Peter Anthony's been pushing so hard on getting that trestle. And I think finally has a commitment from VTrans to at least get the ball rolling on a study. But are there any ways we can accelerate those bridge swap outs? Are there other funding sources outside the standard VTrans Federal Highway Administration process?
Yeah. I think, as the town manager said, maybe some of the brick money might actually be something that could, expedite some of that stuff at the speed of the city, if that's accessible. And it's worth exploring with Vermont Emergency Management Program. But you would want to leverage VTrans funds as much as you can. But I'm afraid I can't tell you the magic answer to that. You'll have to really find a way to push that along. And it's not going to be just one bridge. Several bridges are, hang below the base flood elevation and have effects on the base flood in the community. So it'll be part of that process of considering actions and thinking strategically.
Amy Gelford?
Hi, you had included the conceptual drawing for the North End Gateway project, that little triangle area map. And as long as we've got some river scientists here, I'm curious about your thoughts on that, because that area is physically separate from the river channel. You'd actually have to have flooding of the railroad, Route 302, and a lot of other property before it even gets to that area. And also there's a little cartoon of a pond there that's a decorative pond, which is a different thing than a stormwater management pond. So I wondered if you could talk a bit about the difference between like what looks like a cute decorative feature on a drawing, which actually be a thing that someone would have to maintain, versus what stormwater infrastructure actually looks like for retention ponds and that sort of thing.
Thank you. Great question. And there's I think that original sketch is part of this process. It's going out for community discussion tomorrow and by the ward. So I think it's really leaning out there for your input and by input from the community to kind of shape what goes forward and conceptualize that. And I think the sunny sketch is just to put something forward there. The pond, I think, is a very lovely feature. You're absolutely right, though, Amy, that any kind of new built structure is probably going to have to be considering stormwater impacts out straight up in the front design. And a pond could well be contributing some of that. And a stormwater pond could also include actual surface water, with actual value as a recreation pond and an aesthetic feature. So it could do all those things properly designed. They often are not. And so there's ways of creating brutally ugly stormwater ponds, and there's ways of creating things that are features and centers of joy. So that's something to lean into as well.
That's Lozon.
Thank you. Ned, what is I mean, I'm familiar with the creation of a local hazard mitigation plan. I'm not familiar with what a municipality does when such a plan expires. Is that a big process to get that reinstated? We put a lot of work into the creation of that hazard mitigation plan.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The community puts a lot of work into it, and most communities across the state do. And it's a big process. They expire every 5 years, and by the time it gets to year 3, it's time when the word goes out to make sure that the communities are moving, they're chasing money, they're lining up people to help them in the next go round. Sometimes the plans get simple updates with new demographic information and other new events that have happened. That whole list of floods that I put up in the presentation was pulled out of the previous hazard mitigation plan. So a lot of this stuff is a long-term learning process and identifying projects, and again finding out who's going to move them and who's going to fund them and make them happen. But it is a big lift, and so when the community discovers that it's expired, it's often a 2-year process to get back on the ground. With ERAF in particular, all you have to do is get a draft into Vermont Emergency Management, and if they haven't even approved it, but they have a draft, they're willing to say that's good enough for the purposes of ERAF. But for FEMA to release money for buyouts and stuff like that, they need to have a plan that they have approved. And that can sometimes bounce back and forth like a ping pong ball. So it's really important to do a good job, be rigorous, and move it forward and respond quickly as feedback comes back in the process. So it honestly is a big lift.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. And Councilor Lozon, just to the question, we had our CVRPC to help us with this process. We had with Chief Cushman, Deputy Chief Aldsworth, Police Department, Public Works, Facilities. We had our initial assessment draft hazard evaluation meeting. We then go to a presenting those at a public meeting stage. And there's a whole series of steps. We are, believe at our meeting with CVRPC, we're looking at a late spring, early, like June-ish submission to VEM and FEMA. So that's our timeline at the moment to get a draft into for review.
Thank you.
Yep.
I don't know if Pat or Tess, you have any closing comments as this relates to the broader flood recovery conversations we're having over the next 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I and thank you, Ned and Stacy, for being here. Great presentation. I felt it was important for us to have some idea of the science and the known issues in Barre, but helping us all as citizens understand exactly as you said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So let's not create a bigger problem downstream, as we don't want those upstream creating a bigger problem for Barre. And therefore we have to be thoughtful, as Ned has said, and it's got to be strategic, it's got to be thoughtful, got to be science-based, as well as what do people in Barre want to see. And I really hope a lot of Barre folks come out tomorrow night to talk with us at the Old Labor Hall so we can get their feedback on what should their neighborhoods look like, what kind of housing should we be focusing on, and what do you want to see as we make Barre more resilient and work to rebuild housing inventory. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just got to come to
Oh
the mic.
yeah, the mic.
It's just brief. Hello. You know, as we met last week and talked about this presentation for tonight, and then seeing this presentation tonight, it just makes me hunger for more information. It's a really big issue for the city, and it's really so important for our future. And so I would like to think about having something in the future, and not too far into the future, that looks maybe kind of like a science fair, that people could actually come to someplace like the Odd and really dive into in a hands-on way, see what we're talking about here for this kind of, this kind of technology, and explaining the questions that regular citizens have. A lot of people will have seen this tonight, and they'll see this on our website. But I think diving into it even more in a more meaningful way, in a fun way, maybe even too, just really seeing what it entails to see moving water and what it can do. We see what it can do, but people have talked a lot about what has been done in the past for mitigation, and we're starting to see that that's probably not going to be possible. But I think there's a lot of people that still think it might be. So just stay tuned, because I think it might be interesting to do something that's more hands-on, a deep dive community effort. That's it.
Thanks to all of our guests on this topic, and I see one more hand raised, maybe for the last word, Pam Wilson.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I apologize for not turning my camera on. We have COVID in the household right now, so I apologize for not being there tonight. Thank you, Ned, for this presentation. It was really, really helpful. I'm a board member of Barre Up, which is Barre City's new long-term recovery group. And over the last few weeks, the bulk of my time as a Barre Up board member has been supporting residents through their process of trying to understand what options are related to their substantial damage designations. And I have been pleased to hear that for many residents that they have said, I get it, I understand it, I understand why it's important and why the floodplain is crucial to the well-being of our individual and collective home here in Barre City, but I'm not sure how I'm going to pay for it and what that road forward looks like. If you could spend a few moments just talking about what would be the 3 to 5 most likely resources that you would direct homeowners to as they try to navigate what their rebuild process looks like. I know we've got a lot of folks who are waiting to hear that, and we very much appreciate your time here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question, Pam. It's of course it's a very, very, very hard situation, and I can lay out what I can, the simple stuff, and they're not adequate, to be honest. Flood insurance is a really basic thing, and the community, by choosing to be in the National Flood Insurance Program, provides access for anybody in the community to have insurance from overland flow and the damage caused by that. And that's accessible. It's not cheap. And the cost of it is often driven by old buildings that have repeated damage. And so that has been expensive and continues to be expensive. And Congress has been requiring the program to make it carry its own costs by the structure of the insurance premium. So it doesn't have anything in it as a way to make it more affordable. But if you have flood insurance, that's going to help cover a number of different pieces of damage stick by stick, but not in terms of making the structure better. There's individual assistance, which comes in under rare, massive flood events and disasters, which provides up to 40 odd $1,000 for things that couldn't be insured. And so that does carry things that, including displacement for a very brief period of time. There is funding sometimes through Small Business Administration immediately after a flood that would cover with for loans at a low interest rate for someone that's already in a disaster situation. Not an easy thing or a thing you want to take on, but that's one tool that becomes deployed. Some businesses, including Vermont's State Employees Association or credit union rather, had loans out. I think other groups have put out loans with low interest rates for people that have been affected by flooding damage. Then there's some funding that's available through FEMA sources, through the Hazard Mitigation Assistance Program, through Vermont Emergency Management, and that would basically be the list of projects that could possibly go to the buyout stage or the acquisition stage. Theoretically, some of the money could be used for elevation projects, but those are very, very complex and very expensive, and it's hard to make all the numbers add up at the FEMA level. And so it's a place to bang your head, but it's not likely to make a lot of elevation money happen. There's also been a remarkable fund created by the state, which was the Flood Resilient Communities Fund, which was intended to help supplement FEMA money and deal with things like cliffhangers and other situations that really didn't fit neatly into wet situations, flood damage situations. And that fund is exhausted. And again, the legislators are looking to find ways of funding that program, which has been extremely flexible, extremely important to a lot of people around the state. Those are the basic things. Beyond that, some people have found private foundation money. And then in the past, we've had the luck, if you would, during or just after Tropical Storm Irene, of having community development block grant disaster recovery funds made available through HUD. And that requires a special action by Congress, and Congress is not in the mood for funding things right now. And so that money has not shown up. And that, again, was very flexible money that could be much more adaptive for helping communities shift things around without doing strictly an acquisition project. So those are the basic things I could lay out.
Thank you, Ned. Representative Anthony?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The representatives from our hometown, Barre City, Williams and myself, as well as the two representatives from the city of Montpelier, McCann and Casey, have introduced what we call an omnibus flood recovery bill. It's a huge lift, but just to be clear, it is our answer to the not only Barre Montpelier problem of the collapse of the grand list and consequently tax revenues, but also Ludlow and Cabot and Hardwick and a bunch of other communities who also have suffered immeasurably and inordinately from the flood in July. We think that omnibus bill has a chance of part of it coming into the Budget Adjustment Act. We are eagerly awaiting the governor's budget address, which is to happen in the next couple of days, and see whether or not the governor understands that there are certain communities, our own included, that have been inordinately impacted, and whether or not there is some recognition of that extraordinary need. And we'll see. But as I say, a bill that specifically targets communities that were noticeably hurt, like our own in central Vermont, is part of the core logic of that bill. We'll see. Thanks. And I think the bill number is 723, but never mind. It's already floating around 2 or 3 different committees, Ways and Means and Appropriations included. But thank you.
Thank you. All right. That was a great conversation, and we're going to continue it some more with the community tomorrow night. That takes us to a presentation of the draft capital improvement plan.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just pull it up.
Thanks to all of you for your time preparing these presentations on for the Barre community. They're very thoughtful and detailed to us, not just the statewide audience. So much appreciated.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Council, you had this presentation in your packet. There was one new slide that you'll see in here on the screen. And then I did leave on your desks. I had made an error grabbing the spreadsheet, so I left a very important part out of the spreadsheet, which was the resources side. So I sent that to you today, and it's printed. This is a real preliminary conversation. Wanted to really update you on really progress and then initial thoughts of where staff was thinking. I think that the capital improvement plan in some regards will also be informed by our ongoing budget conversations, which now will shift to be warned in April with the move of town meeting day. So just the first slide, just a reminder, this is what's in the charter about the capital improvement plan, the timeline. So now with the town meeting day move to May, the plan will come to council. I believe it's 3 months prior to that. So we're looking at early February. I'm just waiting for the screen to catch up. So big picture, we have many accumulated capital improvement needs, and they're in several categories. There's a lot of end of useful life assets. So roofs, boilers, HVAC. We're actually coming back to you in the next week or 2 weeks. An RFP closed today to finally fix the HVAC in this building and public safety building. So we are hopeful to get contracts to you for those. Those will be paid out of bond funds. But those are a lot of our issues are just addressing those end of useful life issues. Same thing with heavy equipment. We have an aging fleet, and particularly on the DPW side with plows, dump trucks, et cetera. And then several of our revenue generating assets are in need of major upgrades as well. So that's the odd HVAC, which is funded partially by the Sanders earmark. And then the BOR roof is actually a big dollar ticket item that will need to be addressed quickly as well, especially now that we've also made an investment in that building with the turf to expand its use. So it'll become even more revenue generating than it is today. We face the same issues as many other municipalities with just modernizing old infrastructure, period, with regard to our water and sewer and the treatment facilities. And on top of that, we added a whole bunch of flood recovery projects that are primarily capital, that are going to further stretch resources and staff bandwidth. So I think that many of the things that we're going to have to do on the flood recovery side are things that really DPW would do on the capital plan basis anyway, culverts, those types of things. Those will now become flood recovery projects. They're expedited. There's more of them to do just as a result of the flood. So again, we're focusing on really flood recovery, a few must-haves, and then I think it's also important to invest in some nice-to-have so we don't fall behind. Oops, wrong keyboard. I'll wait here for the screen to catch up for folks watching at home. We talked a little bit this summer before the flood. I've been a big fan of the capital improvement plan. This was something Manager Emeritus started before I got here, and I was really able to work with the staff to pick up pick it up on, a really good product that had gotten started. And so I think it's been a terrific tool for us. Myself and Don use it regularly. It helps us drive and focus our work. And I think that we saw that in the results, which is we had $1 million paving program. We completed year 1. Year 2 is going to be rebid because things changed financially in year 2. But we had a really strong paving program that made a lot of progress before the flood hit. We completed a replacement of the roof at the pool house, which came in under budget. We have the Garfield Playground structure. This one, we were hoping to have this installed this year, but due to the delays of delivery, it didn't get here before the ground froze. And so we unfortunately are not going to be able to get it in this year. We are first in line for the installer in the spring. So we are really eager to have that back for that neighborhood early spring this year. Council approved ARPA funding to the Granite City Apartments for housing. We finished some Rotary Park renovations, and Chief Cushman made some purchases on the fire side for thermal imaging cameras that again came in. He bought, not only did he buy more cameras, he bought them under budget and ahead of schedule. So kudos to the chief for that. That's the kind of that's the thing we like. So that was the capital project side. Just some additional highlights on the equipment side. We replaced police cruisers. We started going to hybrid cruisers, which I think just better all around. We've ordered an ambulance, which is replacing a 2008 vehicle, doing that through lease finance. We've also upgraded our fleet for things that from department head feedback we thought would be helpful, and they've already proven to be extremely helpful. So we have an events trailer that helps us move equipment for things like the Heritage Festival around. So that's been a useful tool already. We have 2 new plow trucks ordered, replacing some fairly old vehicles, and they are arriving this spring as well. So those will be 2 great additions to our fleet in DPW. Replaced an old service vehicle as well in DPW, and message boards, which you've seen around town. We've deployed, unfortunately, way more than we've wanted. But those have been, the message board has been used to help us communicate flood issues, flood response, no parking in downtown, things like that. It's been a really helpful tool. We could actually likely benefit from another one. It's been good to have. This is the picture still. This is why we're doing a draft conversation now. It's still a difficult conversation to have. The resources do not match they're not meeting up to the needs, right? So you have on this chart sort of the mountain metaphorically and literally represents the needs, right? So the blue shading is the projects that we've identified with the department heads, and you've seen the full listing of these. I'm happy to share it again, but that's the full 2030 list of projects. The silver line at the top of that is the equipment side of it, the vehicles, and then the bars are the identified resources. So you see there's some resources here in the first 2 years. We're being really diligent with those because we have obviously some flood needs that'll need to catch up to those resources. But you see just obviously a huge gap in the middle there, and that's driven by some pretty big projects that we've identified on the DPW side. And so the hope would be to get those 2, the bars to meet up with the mountain. And as you can see that we sort of flatline out some assumptions in the out years for things like local options tax, things like that. But there's going to have to be some bonding. There's going to have to be some grants. There's going to have to be state resources, federal resources. Obviously, we cannot make up that gap just with city funds. But the things look good in the first couple of years. We obviously are being diligent, as I mentioned, because of the flood, the uncertainty of the flood. And this really, again, highlights why we're watching every dollar this year extremely carefully. These are some FY25 priorities that have come through our department head process. Again, these are limited. We'd love to be more ambitious, but we're again being cautious based on the circumstances that we're facing. On the public works side, we're looking at new plow truck. Again, we're trying to catch up with fleet that's been aging, and I'm trying to get this out of my way here. And we have a new excavator as well as prioritized at the DPW department. And the garage is huge, huge TBD. I mean, that TBD is doing a lot of work on that slide. And we know that we saw again this July why it's so important to replace that facility. It was absolutely devastated, and I think contributes to it's not a place. It's hard to recruit for the Public Works Department, and I believe that garage is a prime reason for that. Paving and sidewalks. We're looking at a $512,000 paving program to be bid out in the spring. Facilities and recreation. These are a couple of. This is where I mentioned nice to haves and must haves. So Zamboni, we're approaching end of useful life for the Zamboni we have at the BOR now. That's a moneymaker for us. It's where it's and it's also. It's where many of our kids recreates, where our high school plays its hockey games. It's a place that we need to make sure it continues to be available for our community. Counselor?
Are we able to sell the old Zamboni when we buy a new one? Get some kind of profit back on
Possibly. What we might most likely do is swap it out with the North End rink Zamboni, which I think is what happened last time. It's where a likely scenario will be. There. And then Playground 2000, we got started on finishing the bathrooms there. And again, that was interrupted. We had made some really good progress. We actually installed some of the security features and had some of the fixtures. We just weren't able to, the flood took over, obviously, everything this summer, but we're really want to prioritize that, making a great space for families to go and be able to, go to the bathroom when you're there with your kids. We have lease finance payments to continue to make on the ambulance that was previously purchased. For the police department, we're continuing lease finance payments on our finance payments on the dispatch center. We're moving forward with body cameras. This is currently living in our expense budget, but it's really a capital outlay. It's a long-term investment, so we're highlighting it here. And then, as I mentioned, we have the HVAC upgrade, which was out to bid, and we should have a dollar figure for council within the next 2 council meetings. Same thing at City Hall with the HVAC, and then we're going to look to make some investments in our servers, especially as we go through the reappraisal system. We'll be taking on new software at City Hall. So what's next? Sorry, Councilor.
Have we already put money into the bathroom?
We put a little bit of money into the security features. It's cameras that were tied to the cameras that are already at the pool house, at the pool.
So for $7,000, we would have working bathrooms. And the question that I have is, how much would it cost to get a porta potty up there for 5 months? Yeah,
the porta potties not expensive. The porta potties, I think when we rented them this summer from Wind River, I believe they were about $125 a week. That's for one. I think the ADA accessible one it's in the mid 200s a week, or a week or a month. I'm maybe mixing up those rates.
I'm wondering if it would be better for us to look at that versus.
We could, yeah. I mean, I think that we are the cost there. So we've installed the security features. The cost was going to be installation of some of the fixtures, but that's something I'm happy to look into.
The security,
yeah,
it should be anyway up there.
Yeah.
But.
Okay.
On all these HVACs, what those are going to be funded by bonds.
Yes.
Right? And
Unspent bonds.
And how much money is available for those?
So those, I sent a summary in the packet. We have by bond, it varies. We have about.
I was thinking just for the HVAC.
Oh, for the HVAC, we have, I believe it's under 100,000 left for those, and I think based on the bids, I think we're going to be within budget. Yeah. And so what's next? As I mentioned, this was really an introduction just to sort of reacquaint with the capital plan. We are, as I mentioned, a lot of this I think will be consumed by flood and budget because of the circumstances. This didn't include water, wastewater, except for obviously the needs that we have there. So we know we need to come back to you with that. We're going to be looking for quotes for some of the things we mentioned, like example, the trucks, that is a DPW priority. we're going to try to get some finance quotes to make this a more complete look for you as we move forward. I think ultimately what this will also help us do is, we know we have some pretty big projects coming down the pike. So one of them is obviously the Public Works Garage is there. The auditorium match for the Sanders Yearmark, which we put on hold, we talked about this last week, where we have a little bit of breathing room. The USDA was very understanding of our flooding situation, so but still a priority to make sure we upgrade that facility. And then we're undergoing the 20-year review of the wastewater treatment facility, and we know we've focused in on the headworks. The headworks is the problem right now, so we've held off on making investments other parts of the plant, because until we fix the headworks, it doesn't matter what we do to the digesters if rags are getting through, if stuff that shouldn't be getting through is getting through. So that is coming with big dollar figures. Those are the kinds of things that we're looking at likely having to bond for. We want to understand what our capacity is to do borrowing, getting creative with the Vermont Bond Bank, which Clerk Dawes and I have been talking to on several other issues, to see what our actual capacity is. Because then what'll end up happening, obviously, is we'll have a debt service payment that we need to know whether we can live with in the general fund or not. And so those are the things we're working on and looking forward to coming back to you with in the next couple of weeks to give you a more complete picture of capital. So that's it for me.
What does it mean, like, when you say get creative with the bond bank? What does that mean?
Well, right now, last week we submitted an application for their municipal resiliency. They've got a funding program right now that
The treasurer's office.
yes, yeah, that would provide funding up to 7 years to help with both cash flow associated with the flooding and long-term unanticipated expenses, because the city is going to carry expenses associated with the flooding, whether it's the local share for other things that have other funding sources, or whether it's items that are deemed non-FEMA eligible. And so we're going to end up with some money when we come out of all of this that the city's going to have to finance in the long term. This program gives us 7 years at a very low interest rate, and 1.3%. So that would give us time to figure out how we're going to pay that back. It's interest only for the first 2 years. So it gives us a lot of flexibility as we sort of work our way through what's happening and where the numbers are going to end up. So that's certainly one of the things that we're looking at that's going to give us a lot of breathing room, which will be good. The council may recall that shortly after the flooding, we entered into a line of credit with our bank for $3 million as a current receipts note, an opportunity to again help with cash flow as the needs arise. We haven't had to tap into that yet, but of course, with a note like that, it's only good for a year, so we would have to do something with it by the end of June. We can either renew it, or hopefully we'll have heard from the bond bank and we'll be able to convert that note, because that note is about 3% interest, into this note from the bond bank, which gives us more time. And then, of course, we'll also, depending, we've had not even preliminary conversations, but when the manager talks about the headway information and stuff, we've begin to think a little bit about what bonding we might need to do for some of those larger projects associated with the public works, with water, wastewater, and possibly putting things in front of voters, and those were very preliminary at this stage of the game. So
How many million capacity would there be for general obligation bonds to do the wastewater treatment plant, and at what rates do you think?
haven't gotten to the point where we've calculated it. That, of course, is a different calculation because it's enterprise funds. So it's a different animal than anything that would come through the general fund.
So it
So,
would have to be a separate bond for an enterprise operate, yeah.
yeah. And if it's a bond, in the past, we've done bonds where we've approved up to a certain amount of money, 1.75, 2 million, something like that, that included things that were general fund and wastewater and water, and each one of those requires a separate application and separate agreements with the bond bank. It also has a difference in payback timeframes. The larger infrastructure projects, like things associated with the water treatment plant or with the wastewater plant, or with the reservoir, things like that, have a longer payback time. They typically are 30, maybe even 40 years, depending on what the project is, whereas general fund typically is 10 or 20 years, again, depending on what the project is. So.
Questions for manager or the treasurer, Burn Rose?
My thanks. Sorry, my hand's been up for a little while, so I'm backtracking. To just ask, where are we when we are thinking about ADA and accessibility? I know that it was something we were starting to look at quite seriously. I remember being over at City Hall measuring and coming up with some ideas where we could make the bathroom upstairs accessible, and it could be used by anyone. And while we're spending money and we're fixing things, how do we make sure that we include everyone? How do we make sure the bus stops we put in are safe? How do we make sure that, Michael, Councillor Booton, you brought up that there was a handicap accessible porta potty at the pool, and I saw somebody with a wheelchair using that. So when we are accessible, we make sure that all of our citizens find a place to live, but it means also that people from other places that come here are able to come and enjoy, spend their money when they can get in and out of our buildings and use them. And I just wanted to bring that reminder up. We don't have an ADA committee anymore, and it's still my duty to show up and remind us that we need to remember people with disabilities while we're making our plans.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Hi, Bernadette. We actually have an ADA accessible bathroom in City Hall now in the Barre Up space on the first floor.
Oh, good. I'm going to go and check it out. Thank you.
Good.
Because I was wondering where did the money come to fix that? Where was that money coming from?
That was an unspent bond as well.
Thank you. I'm so glad to hear that.
Amy Golford?
Hi, I was just curious, in the detailed table with all the individual projects, near the bottom of it, there's a North End stormwater project related to 2011 flooding, and I would love to hear more about that, where that fits into what the city's planning.
Yeah, Amy, I don't know if I saw Brian, I see Brian on. I don't know if he's able to jump in to answer the specifics on that one.
It just caught my eye that it says it's to relieve chronic flooding in the 500 block of North Main Street.
Yeah, this is Public Works Director Brian Baker. There was two projects that were done or designed. One was out on Granite Street, and I believe both projects were designed and Granite Street got built. I believe they ran out of funding before they could do that second project. We have actually brought that, kind of dusted it off, and are going to try to leverage to get that money to complete it. But it's to add an extra outfall through there to relieve some of the water that builds up in that area, of course. So that's where we've dusted those plans off and are, reevaluating to make sure it was designed correctly, and then hopefully we can leverage some funding to get that one complete.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian. Well, I have Brian while he's on the line, and then Steve. I noticed there's like several public works studies that are still I think they're maybe in 4 or 5 different lines. One of them includes the street standards, which I assume is needed to meet the municipal general roads permit for the hydrologically connected segments of roads and increase our ERAF reimbursement rate. Are those going to happen in 25? And who's going to be the project manager for those?
It is one of the things that we've looked at. We haven't probably gone any, it has come up on the list of things to do because of this flood, but still probably early in the planning on moving that forward right now.
Did the staff weigh combining any of those studies? Because some of them are kind of smaller contracts for very similar work.
Yeah, I think when we do that, when any of these projects come up, and the example is the HVAC for City Hall and Public Safety Building, when there's a chance to do one bid for multiple of these projects, we leap at the opportunity to do that. Yeah.
Steve, you wanted to talk about that outflow?
Yeah. That, I think what Amy's talking about is what we call the North End Stormwater Project. It was, there were 2 components to it, like Brian said. One was the Granite Street sewer, storm sewer, which actually was completed and was and is very successful as long as the river isn't flooding. And then the other was to increase the size of the stormwater line from the parking lot of what used to be the People's Health and Wellness Clinic, which goes across, it goes under, through a culvert under the railroad to the river. The problem is that when the public safety building was constructed, all the drainage that comes down to the brook and from Northbury School and whatever comes down behind the Public Works building, the Public Safety building. And I think there have been some recent flooding issues just because of the volume of water. But that went through a 36-inch line, which connected in a manhole in the parking lot at People's Health, the old People's Health and Wellness, to a line that was 24 inches. So anytime you got any significant water, flood water, storm water coming down through that line across the Public Safety building, you could go down there, you could watch the bubbling out of the surcharge of the manhole in that parking lot. So we had, I had applied for a grant from FEMA, and we got a grant to do both of them. We combined them. We combined the design of both projects into one contract, the construction of both projects into one contract. We had them built Granite Street first. The contractor wanted to do them in succession, but part of the problem is that as we got through the design phase, we saw that and got the survey done, the topographic survey done, we saw that there were physical constraints that compromised the original design. That was really a very preliminary concept prior to having the hard topo and utilities information to do a final design of the storm sewer. When we did that, we found there was a utility conflict. So we had to do a redesign. We did the redesign, and it was compliant with the requirements of the grant, but it had to go back through Homeland Security and then down to FEMA to get reapproved. And this is one of the biggest sore spots I've ever had since the administration. As far as I'm concerned, FEMA held up the completion of that project. It should have been done 3 or 4 years ago. There was, as far as I was concerned, there was a bureaucratic obstruction in FEMA that prevented their approval of the revised design. Janet and I went back and forth with, in fact, we had, I think the gal's name was Sue Smith in Vermont Homeland Security. I think she was equally frustrated. They kept asking for justification of the hydraulic design I sent it down 3 or 4 times, and eventually time ran out and they just canceled the grant. As far as I'm concerned, that's on FEMA. But the design is done. Brian, I don't know if Brian, they've taken another look at it or not, but the design was done, it was bid. There's no reason it should have been built except for delay at FEMA's end. I'm very sore about that.
Thanks for that background. I'm sure that answers Amy's question. On the order of discontinuance for the wastewater treatment plant violations, how many millions, I mean, ballpark, are we talking to get that thing where it should be?
The plant? I don't think we know yet. I mean, we've expedited the headworks part of it from Wright Pierce, and that's going to be 7 figures, mid to high 7 figures. And so I think the whole plant is TBD, but it's going to carry a steep price tag.
You're probably talking in the $15 million range.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then on our revenue sources, so we're looking at still 750 for local option tax receipts each year, or? And then we have our streets and sidewalks fund.
Yeah.
And then are we doing any general fund transfers to capital?
To the extent we can. I mean, that'll be determined on resources and fund balance, which fund balance we were accumulating due to vacancies. We've now are using it up as for flood. I know we had the conversation about that becoming receivables, but to the extent we have fund balance, we would come to the council to allocate that. We've done that a couple times. We allocated, the last time I think was also, I'm looking at Chief Cushman, the last time we did it was for replacement fire gear, was an allocation of fund balance to cover one-time expense. So we're very supportive of it. The resources may not be what they were in years past to do that.
The voter approved streets, sidewalks,
Yeah.
fund balance transfers to the extent that that's possible.
Yep.
Which we don't think it will be, probably.
Not to have it back.
Local option tax.
Right, and you'll see that on the manager's sheet, he's accounting for a $900,000 local option tax available funds on an annual basis. And what I just passed out shows you all of the local option taxes that we've received since they went into effect in 2018, which is when the rooms, meals, and alcohol went into effect. And then, of course, October of 22 was when sales went into effect. And looking at the last 4 months or 4 quarters worth of collections, which was both rooms, meals, and alcohol and sales, that's about $890,000. So the manager's estimate of about $900,000 is pretty close to what we're collecting on an annual basis. So.
So I guess that brings us to the gap. So we have a lot of needs.
Yep.
We have a limited amount of money. We may have some bonding capacity. It's not, and then, so what's the plan for 25 to fill that gap? That's what this is a plan to fill.
Yeah, the plan is either to fill the gap or to defer, right? That's how it's the same way we're building the budget. It's either finding resources or cutting costs. And so the way we cut costs here on the capital plan is we do what Councilor Booten suggested, which do we build a permanent structure for a bathroom, or do we do rentals of portable toilets, right? That's one way to do it. Do we defer, do we decide that some things can wait another year, and some of those things we can, some of those things you're rolling the dice, some of those things, you end up being okay, and others come back to bite you. So we have to, we're going to look for grants. We're going to, that has to be part of the strategy. And hopefully we can continue keep as many of those projects as we can and find alternative funding sources to do it. So for example, one of the things we did last year was the Rotary Park roof. We shared costs with the Rotary Club, right? That had and so that reduced costs for the city. to get a project done and out of the way. That's a couple $1,000s, so it's not going to solve it, but it's the kind of things that we'll look to do.
It's in Council Booton and Council Lozon.
Just a quick question about the local options tax. We're giving about 300,000 to the state. Is that what I'm seeing here, or am I
They're
reading that
keeping
wrong?
it for administering the program. And the money that the state keeps goes into the pilot pool. So we actually get some of that back in increased pilot payments from the state. And that's actually something we're budgeting for, is an increase, because we've been seeing that.
Just out of curiosity, would it be more feasible for us to hire somebody to collect? No, okay. All done.
Council Lozon.
I don't know that that's an option anyway, Councilor.
I thought Williston did it.
Yeah, but not for us, as Carol
Okay.
said.
I mean, if you know, if you.
Had to do with say no, but I was done.
Not feasible. Burlington does the same thing, and they struggle with it at times.
Oh, okay.
Nicholas, the auditorium upgrades, we talked very briefly at the last council meeting about that. I just want to have a clear understanding. I appreciate the fact that folks are being understanding with the flooding challenges. So they allowed us to defer that. That was until when in 25,
It
give or take?
wasn't like a specific time frame. So what we've said to them is we'll be in touch with you in the coming year. So what we had to do with the odd was we had to identify a match source by September of last year.
Of 23.
23. So flood hits first week, we say we're definitely not getting you our match this year. They said, that's fine, we understand. Don't worry about it for this coming year. We'll be in touch. So one of our things is we have a calendar invite set to touch base with USDA after budget's approved, so we know where we are, or after budget's warned, so we know where we are and what the next steps for us are. But they said, don't worry about the availability of those funds.
And that's give or take a $3.5 million.
3.5 million. We had to find
match.
Another couple million. Yeah, it's not a full match, but I think a 60-40 match.
Yeah, in a revenue, and that's the one that I think and I know you are.
Yeah.
You are laser focused on that. But that's also, some of those upgrades aren't really upgrades at all.
Mm-hmm.
They're replacing equipment that is
Yeah.
simply deficient and is going to
Absolutely.
fail. And that's a real match. It's hard I'd be very disappointed if the city walked away from that. I understand it's $3.5 million. I get it. But a lot of that equipment is going to fail anyway in the next 10 years. And it would be, in my opinion, that would be a tough one. If I watched the city pass on that, that would be tough to watch.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of it. I think that I love the facilities up there. I think they bring tremendous value. And so we are very committed on the staff side to see that through. And we actually, right before the flood, Clerk Dawes and I had seen folks from the Vermont Bond Bank at where were we? We were in Town Fair. We were somewhere. We were at a conference.
Yeah.
And we were speaking about, we were looking at another low interest loan to make up the match, which would allow us, as we got grants, to sort of offset it. So we were there. We were ready to make that September deadline. And so we're definitely not going to let it fall off, because we know that the sooner we do, the longer we let it languish, the more expensive it's going to become, and the less usable that building will become.
Correct. Thank you.
One of the things thinking about the big ticket items, the wastewater treatment plant, that $4 million match, and the public works garage. We've been talking about the public works garage, at least for my 4 years on council, and it's in a pretty abysmal condition. When that earmark request came before council, I remember, brought by Steve McKenzie and Cody Morrison, I asked, is there a match to that grant? And council was told there was no match required for that grant. Now we've learned that there's now a $4 million match associated with it. And it's not just for essential maintenance. It's also for, air conditioning, which is in the nice to have category. And my concern with this, and when I talked with Senator Sanders over the summer, he asked, what's your top facilities or interest for the city? I said public works garage. And when we've set an earmark for the odd, I think we're putting some priorities. As any budgeting process does, we put some priorities ahead of other priorities. And what I keep seeing happen over the past 4 years is the public works garage keeps getting kicked to the side. And I think it's a department that has been grossly underfunded compared to some of the other departments. And we're buying equipment that's in substandard storage conditions. So I would love to see a solution where that could move forward, paired with real affirmative action on moving a public works garage forward. Because what steps have we taken? And I know it's been a crazy year, but what steps have been taken on the public works garage?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were, I think the day after the flood, the day of the flood, Brian Baker was meeting with his foreman downstairs about the scaling of the project, of the public works project, garage project. And so we had, we were planning to come update council about, we're gonna, we visited 2 sites. We visited the Montpelier garage, we visited the Newport garage. Fantastic buildings. I mean, Montpelier lucked into a state facility that's terrific. Newport's garage is simple and really great, easy to replicate, and would have met all our needs. So we had plans from Newport. Brian was working with his guys to sort of figure out scaling and listing out our sort of the staff priority needs for that building. And our issue, and we were planning to say, how can we make the current site work? That was the assignment that Brian was working on with his foreman. How can we make 6 Burnham Street work for this building, and how can we fit a building on that site that does the things that the Newport garage does and the Montpelier garage does? And then that afternoon happened, and so I think what we've learned is that there's not really anything we could do at that site, no matter how creative we got with a design of a building that would be responsible to put a public works garage there, right? And so we've also exhausted some other sites that we've paid a firm for. I think we've probably come to a mutual conclusion that the sites that were investigated are impractical. So we've started to get creative about looking outside the city boundaries, and that's I think that's probably the most realistic pathway towards a public works garage in the next few years, because there isn't a viable site within the city. I think we learned, we were looking for a way to make that happen at 6 Burnham Street. And I think we learned a real good lesson that 6 Burnham Street is not a good place for a public works garage, no matter what we did. So,
and there's no viable, well, I haven't seen a report on what sites are investigated and what's viable and what's not.
We had a report from the firm that I think they came to present to council about the sites that were initially reviewed. And yeah, so those sites, it's my understanding none of those sites were palatable. So we had then shifted again at the staff level to say, we saw these designs in Newport, we saw this design in Montpelier. How can we come up with a design at 6 Burnham Street that replicates those garages? We go to our engineering firm to figure out how they can make that fit on that lot, and then we come to council with that design. We got stuck we never got past that point because the building flooded. So now we're at a place where the sites we looked at didn't work. The site we wanted to look at didn't work. So now we're casting a wider net, and are we looking out? I think we have to look outside the city now. If someone knows of a site that we should look at within the city boundaries, I'd love to know. I don't know that it exists. We've actually this will upset people. We've thought about Civic Center, and there's not a big enough footprint. And I've talked to Brian and his foreman about it, and that would be a huge trade-off, obviously. But it wouldn't matter because it's not a big enough footprint for what they need.
Has anybody talked with doing a land swap with the school where the field's by the elementary center?
We have it.
And buying them athletic field somewhere else and putting a public works garage there?
We haven't. I'm happy
That's
to explore
that's
that.
what I'm
yeah.
wondering. It seems like there are a lot of little sites around the city, and they've taken some narrow investigations of particular sites, but maybe haven't cast the net wide enough in the
Yeah.
city where we wouldn't have to pay property taxes. And I don't see anything in this capital improvement plan that moves that project forward, and that's really what concerns me.
I disagree. I think we've been, this is the number one priority for myself and Brian with Public Works. We have, if there's a viable site, if there's a 6-acre site where we can put a garage, we'd love to know. We haven't found one in the city where we can do that. And that's what we need. That's scaling it down. I know that the first design that came to the council was not affordable and perhaps more than we needed, but we still need about 6 acres to make this work. And if someone can point me in the direction of where that is, I'd be happy to explore it.
Amy Gelford?
So the site that's in the sketches for the North End Gateway project is a 6-acre site.
Yeah, but Amy, that's there as a floodplain because that floods all the time. So I actually, we've looked at sites on the north end that may be up for sale, and I just think it's irresponsible to put a public works garage where we expect floodwaters to rest. So believe me, we've kicked over stones over there. We've looked at sites there that we think may be available. What would likely happen in that scenario is what happened to the public safety building, which is they were isolated for 10 days. You were out of your building? About 10 days? And so what would happen is we'd end up with a public works garage that was an island somewhere on the north end as well. So that's part of that, Amy, that contributes to the challenge, right? Because the flat areas of 6 acres that we have are all in high-risk zones.
Question. Any other questions about the big items or the capital plan? All right. Takes us to the charter change, and I think last week you appointed 2 counselors to work on charter changes. So this is for a warning of new hearings, or what's
Well,
this?
the only thing that I wanted to bring forward is that we can't warn the new hearings yet because we're outside the window of time, but we can cancel the public hearings that we warned and scheduled for the 23rd and for February 6th. And so I would ask that council take that action.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in
Are we not going to discuss the ones that are there?
to
Well,
cancel the hearing?
That's a second point of discussion. This is just to cancel the public hearings that are currently scheduled.
Because town meeting is moved.
Yes.
So, correct. So if there's no discussion on that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. And you need a second motion?
No, council had asked last week when we brought this up to have a discussion, a more substantive discussion about the items that are included.
content.
Right.
Yeah.
About the draft language that has been circulated. So,
Do we need to do that now? That
don't
the
need
vote-
to. It had just been,
It
had just been brought up last week to have an opportunity to do that.
Right, but now we're out to May,
Yeah, we've got
So we've
time,
got-
but
plenty of time, and I think you were working on that, correct?
Sam and I.
So
We
probably,
were waiting
probably
for-
haven't gotten that far in a couple of weeks now.
No, we haven't at all because
One
we were
week.
waiting for
Yeah.
the word from the lawyer. Is this true?
Yeah, so the city attorney has, the firm has received the draft language. They are also where the town meeting days moved, so I've advised them that we still would like their feedback sooner rather than later because of the fact that if there's any changes and tweaks that council would have to consider those as well. So we expect some feedback from them soon in the next week or two. But this was really, as the clerk mentioned, at the budget seminar, there had been since we'd been sort of focusing on the procedural part of the charter changes with the hearings and et cetera, there had been some desire to talk about the content. So this was simply placed on the agenda as an opportunity for people to speak to the content if they so wished.
I'll always take an opportunity to speak to the content of it. I think we should focus mainly on getting rid of the school stuff in there versus the other portions of the charter changes.
If there's no further comments, I think then we're done, right? Yeah, Steve, you could come up here. You could come to the microphone.
Yeah, well, if it's not premature, I have comments on it.
Do you want to wait now or for the hearing? So to me, it does feel premature because we just canceled hearings. We don't have any language. We have concepts. We have the subcommittee at council that's working on them. We've gotten a legal opinion. They're going to come back to the council for a warning.
Yeah, I wouldn't wait for the hearings because the first required public hearing is generally a week before the warning is approved. So it's pretty late in the process.
Although it doesn't have to be that way. We could move it forward.
A week or so. It's one of those things that falls within the 30 to 40 days.
Okay.
Before town meeting. So there is a window. But we can have discussions anytime. It's that formal first reading or first hearing has to be held in that window. But council can have have it up for discussion as an agenda item as many times as it wants to. So, I mean, we could start discussing the text, the day after March 5th, we could start right. And then that would give us, a month before the warning. So
if you want to speak to it. So.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. I think everybody knows me, but for the record, Steve McKenzie, and as you know, from my premature comments, I think at the last meeting, I'm opposed to two of the charter changes. The first dealing with the change of voting age to 16 to 17-year-olds. Councilor Stockwell had made some remarks, I think, at the last meeting, and I respect the point she made in support of that proposed change, but I urge the council to reconsider this proposed change and eliminate this language from the first reading whenever that is scheduled. Notwithstanding any merits of such a change, 16 and 17-year-olds have not reached the age of majority in the state of Vermont. And why just 16 and 17-year-olds? Why not 15 or 14-year-olds? Where does it stop? What is the standard by which the council justifies or determines a voting age other than the age of majority as established in Vermont? More importantly, in addition to not having reached the established age of majority, 16 and 17-year-olds are not property taxpayers at such a young age, and therefore not financially responsible or accountable for financial ramifications of their votes. As a result, I believe such a proposal is detrimental to the existing and future property taxpayers of the city. Accordingly, I urge the council to drop further consideration of this proposed voting age charter change. And then with respect to the membership restriction on committees, I also speak against that proposed charter change to restrict city committee membership to only Barre City residents. There are a number of reasons to reject this proposal. First and foremost, city committees are creatures of the city council as established in the city council policy on municipal bodies and appointments. The proposed changes do not rise to the level of enabling legislation embodied in the charter. Any changes relative to committee membership should be addressed at the policy level by council, not by the voters. Simply stated, use of the charter for this matter is an abuse of the charter. Most, if not all, town residents have served on city committees faithfully and with dedication. Many have roots in the city and are also city taxpayers as business or property owners in the city. To implement this change is a slap in the face of town committee members who have served or may wish to serve on city committees. In my 12 years of direct experience as city manager with city committees, I never once observed any hint of a town-city bias in the actions of committee members. My observations show me that any town members have always had the best interest of the committee's mission in mind without any consideration of city or town residency. City committees of mixed city-town membership are truly one example of a greater area, Barre area mindset, as opposed to a city versus town perspective. To implement such a change, whether by charter or policy, only serves to exacerbate any shadow animosity between the city and town. Such a policy is contrary to fostering a greater Barre perspective and the continued and future ability of the two communities to work together rather than in an adversarial manner. Lastly, all that said, it is reasonable to establish a city residency minimum as a committee policy. Although I don't see committee residency as an issue, if the council judges otherwise, then restrict city membership to a minimum of 50% of the seats of any committee, but do so by policy revision and not by charter change. In closing, I strongly recommend and urge the council to drop further consideration of this proposed charter change and remove it from the charter changes proposals for the 2024 meeting. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Council Boone?
I will say that if we were to implement the charter change for removing of anybody outside of the city, we would have to replace our entire cemetery committee, except for one individual.
Are there any other items for this? Comments for this item? Yeah, Councilor Deering.
So, as a father of 4, now 5 children, 2 of which are in high school, one is a senior and 17 years old, he doesn't even think that 16 and 17-year-olds should be voting. While we all know that teenagers are intelligent, they don't hold the capacity yet at that point to cast a vote in that manner. That's my personal opinion, and that's the way that I'm going to continue to vote.
Are there any other comments?
No, we got time. I'm good.
All right. Hearing seeing none, I'm of that mind too. That takes us to the last item of new business, the IAF-OT grievance hearing, which is warned as, whether the grievance or subsequent deliberations about the grievance will be heard in open or executive session will be determined by council at the meeting. So I think that's probably the first question this body needs to take up, is whether or not they want to do this in open session or as a closed session matter.
What is past, and I apologize, I've totally forgotten. My recollection is that I was on the council for a while and then I got off for a little while. I can't remember, I seem to remember that we always did them in executive session.
Yeah, Council Lozon. So, and I have Scott Cameron has joined us for this as well, and he can provide any information that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's been traditionally the practice, which is to hold these in executive session. I'm taking this unusual step of requesting that the council consider this in public session because I believe that this, beyond being a grievance, is also more of a policy question. The grievance in question, which you'll hear about, would, if granted, would dramatically increase overtime costs. So at a time when the city is grappling with a grim fiscal picture and fighting for resources in Montpelier to save even the most basic of municipal services, I thought that it was important that, and there was public value in having the conversation in open session. That said, you're absolutely right that the practice has been to do them in, we should hold it in open session. The past practice has been to do it in executive session. I respect that it's the council's decision, but because of the unusual nature and at the time of our city's, the situation we're facing, I thought there was a compelling public interest, which is why I opened the question.
Mr. Boone?
I actually support the idea of having this in the public as well. It reminds me of a grievance heard about 10 years ago that I think I voted no on going into executive session for that one as well.
And I should just add that, and I mentioned Scott was here. Scott has advised that there is no requirement that it whether it happened in executive or public, that it is perfectly appropriate for this particular grievance to be held in open session, should the council choose to do so.
So are there any objections from council to doing this in open session? And you may wish to speak to that matter, so feel free to come forward. But do I see any objections to an open session?
I'm all for transparency in government and in behavior. But honestly, Nicholas, I'm just going to be very honest. It feels a little punitive. I mean, we've, over the past, 12 or so years that I've served on the council, we've had other instances of grievances where a union is saying, look, we interpret our contract differently and we think we're entitled to this, compensation. And we've always had, we've always conducted those hearings in executive session. So that's the only part I'm struggling with is, I understand that people may interpret a contract differently, but it just feels a little punitive to me. And that's, if the majority of the council, obviously, if they want to have it in open session, that's fine. It just, with all due respect.
No, and Councilor, I believe me, I this was not a decision I made lightly to make the request, so I understand. I just happen to believe the circumstances are deserving of it, but I understand and I respect the council's decision.
Where?
Mr. Mayor?
Yep, Attorney Cameron, and then I'll come back to you.
Again, there are a legal issue here that the council should be aware of and then act as it feels fit. A public body may go into executive session to consider grievances. However, before it can do so, it has to make a specific finding that premature public knowledge of the matters to be discussed in the course of the grievance hearing would clearly place either the public body or, in this case, the IAF, at a substantial disadvantage. And so if you're going to do this, you need to make two motions. First, a motion making a specific finding that doing this in public session would put one of the parties or both of the parties at a substantial disadvantage. And that has to be approved by 2/3 of the council. And second, then if that passes, then you would make a motion whether to go into executive session or not. And again, that's subject to a vote of 2/3. There is a little case law on this. And basically this Trombley versus Bellows Falls Union High School basically looked at whether the subject of the grievance was going to be personally embarrassing for someone or that type of an issue. And it said, but again, it left the final decision on whether there's a substantial disadvantage to one party or another to the council. Each council member has to exercise independent judgment.
Thank you.
I would like to defer to our legal counsel, Noren, as well, just before I speak, if that's okay.
Yes, I was also raising my hand. Not sure if you can see me.
Yep, and your name for the record is Noren Shaturo?
Yes, Noren Shaturo. I'm counsel for the union. So I just want to start by retreating our preference for an executive session to adjudicate the union's grievance. This is purely contractual issue, and I honestly think this is retaliation, and it's a bit punitive for the union's activities to advocate and file grievances. And the union is willing to go forward and file an unfair labor practice charge because, as previously stated, this was always done in an executive session. I'm going to yield the floor to the union president to delve into the details of the grievance. But to kick off, I just want to emphasize that the two grievants here made personal sacrifices. They traveled to another state to retrieve an ambulance. There is no disputed fact that they did this. The only disputed fact is that the department did not approve certain overtime. And the only disputed fact is the amount of overtime these firefighters are entitled to under the contract. And the answer is contained within the party's CBA. I would respect and defer to council, but at the same time, I just want to make our position very clear that we would really prefer this to be adjudicated and resolved, hopefully in an executive session.
Poirier, did you?
Yeah, I have just a little more to add on to that.
I'm sorry, can you state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Holden Poirier. I am the Secretary Treasurer of the local 881 IAFF chapter. Our request for having this hearing in executive session is really based on two things. Not only is it personnel related in nature, and as Councilor Lozon mentioned, every one of these grievances in your time or in recent history has been handled in executive session. Also, it's based in statute, as the city's legal representation, Mr. Cameron said. The Vermont statute itself says that there needs to be a specific finding that it puts someone at a substantial disadvantage. And I think that in the position that we are as a union, we are already at a substantial disadvantage. In his posting of the description of this grievance in the agenda for today, the city manager has created a lot of misinformation, a lot of erroneous and inflammatory statements that are wholly untrue. And the disadvantage that we are placed at right now in this moment is that by him posting in the way that he has, it creates a large potential for bias, not only amongst the city councilors, but also amongst the members of the public who are only hearing one side of this story. And they cannot come into this process as an unbiased party. And I think that having a broad spectrum of an audience and an unbiased group of people trying to solve a grievance between administration and the local 881, I think that it would not be in anyone's best interest. And I think that that is where our request for executive session is coming from.
Thank you for those statements. So we have one counselor amenable to an open session hearing. One counselor interested in sticking with precedent. And since this is a quasi judicial matter, I'm not going to take comments from the public. But where is there, I guess it's up to a motion to be made here. So, and I can't make motions. So,
well, I guess I'd like to have Mr. Cameron speak to findings. Obviously, we have to make findings at the premature disclosure of the content of the hearing would put the city at a substantial disadvantage. So could you comment to that, Scott? Because
there has to be a motion.
No. I understand there has to be. I understand the parliamentary procedure. What I'm talking to specifically is, as the city's labor attorney, what would the basis be of such a motion? I mean, I can think of one in my head, but what's your opinion?
I haven't heard it yet. I was listening to Holden, and he was complaining that, there's some things have been said that are untrue, and so to me, that argues that holding this in open session would allow all members of the public to hear what the union has to say and would expose any lies if there were lies. So I haven't heard yet the union say why there would be a substantial disadvantage to them. And as to the city, I don't think the city believes there would be a substantial disadvantage to the city. So I think it's, again, the council would have to vote on that issue, whether there is a substantial disadvantage to either party. And if it found that and voted that by a 2/3 majority, then you could vote to go into executive session.
I would add, if we're pursuing this from a legal point of view, I would add that this would cause a chilling effect on the union under Chapter 150E. the fact that this is held in a public session for the first time in years.
So what's the meaning of a chilling fact?
Chilling effect, meaning that in the future, the union would not want to file grievances just because of this having to expose their legal issues, their personal disputes in public, and therefore the union would not be willing to file grievances and use the grievance process as established in the party CBA just because of this.
So I have a question for our attorney. So based on, this legal test, as I understand it, of a substantial disadvantage, grounds as you've explained them, Scott, would be that there's a personnel matter, things that would be personally embarrassing to an individual, that'd be facts related like personal finance, medical history, things like that would all be grounds, but nothing in this matter I've heard suggests that we're going into that territory, right?
Again, I wasn't trying to give an exhaustive list, but yes, if this discussed somebody's application for medical leave, and they wanted to talk about the reasons why they needed it, that would certainly be something that would, meet the substantial disadvantage test. Again, I think that if the union feels that it would be at a substantial disadvantage, it should articulate that. What I heard so far is that they think that members of the public have been somehow hoodwinked or whatever by the posting that already was made. And so I would think that airing this in the sunshine would help to dispel any problems. But again, I think that's strictly in the hands of the union. The statute in this case doesn't make grievances automatically subject to executive session. It only makes them subject to, in fact, it only allows them to be held in executive session if one party would be at a substantial disadvantage. And that's up to the council to vote on.
I don't see that we get to findings, Mayor.
All right, so
2/3, we'd have to have 4.
yeah. All right, so if there's no motion, then we need to conduct the hearing in open session. And so.
Want to finish the rest of the regular business first?
No,
Okay.
since it's on the agenda this way, that's how I'll do it. So this is a quasi judicial process. So in this matter, that means that as city councilors, I want to give everybody an opportunity to disclose if you have any conflicts of interest or have engaged in any ex parte communication in regard to this matter.
No, sir.
Okay. And what I'm going to do is give the union an opportunity to present and explain your grievance, offer any evidence or testimony, and do that without interruption from any city officials. When you're done, let us know, and that'll give council an opportunity to ask any questions that we think is relevant. So we're going to avoid any talking over each other. But as you each speak, definitely state your name for the record. At the end of your presentation, city officials, so the manager, the chief, council as needed, not the council, just you two, would respond to the grievance and explain your basis for denying it, again, without interruptions from the other side. And then we'll give you an opportunity to answer any questions from council. After that, you'll be given an opportunity to rebut what the city's position, and then the city will be given a final opportunity to sum up their position for your rebuttal, again, without interruption. And then what we'll do is we'll enter a deliberative session afterward, and then come out and vote in an open public session. Are there any questions about process or procedure? Or anything you want me to know as chair, or expectations you have? Okay, all right, good deal. And I don't, Scott, do I need to do any swearing in for this, like a DRB hearing?
It's not required. Do either party want the witnesses to be sworn? I think we usually at this level keep these grievances as informal as we can.
Great. All right. So kick us off.
Counsel for the union have any objection to that? Do you want to
No,
witness this one?
that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And before we start, you'll see these tabs. I'll reference
need
different
one, thank
individual
you.
numbers throughout, or letters throughout. And that's just going to be the document I will be referring to at the time in the speech. But just to preface that and not have confusion like last time.
And if you want to introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah. So my name is Camden Morrison. I am the president of the Barre City Firefighters. To my side, I have Holden Poyer, Kirk Strasberger, and Anderson Brown, all members of the executive board. Behind them is David Rubalcaba, who is one of the grievance in this case. And then, as already spoke, Naren is our legal representation. So in front of you today, we have a simple grievance regarding earned overtime pay being withheld by the city's management team. We have compiled documentation that is relevant to this issue and have placed it in front of you in these packets. This grievance stemmed from a trip taken by two of our members, Vice President Strasberger being one of them and Member Rubalcaba being the other. As you are aware, the city is purchasing a new ambulance to assist and provide service to the taxpayers of the city. Well before the purchase of this ambulance and signing of any documents, a committee was formed to navigate the complex process of speccing out an ambulance as would best suit the technicians of our department to provide effective and efficient medical care. Of this committee, Firefighter Strasberger was the chair, and part of that role was to contact manufacturers and the city in reference to the build. This was performed by the distribution of a request for proposal created by the committee. Part of this RFP was to travel for two committee members to the factory for a final inspection of the ambulance. This was built into the price of the ambulance that was already being paid for by the city. The city settled on Osage as a manufacturer and DeSorce as a dealer. From this, contracts and financing were secured by the city for the purchase of this ambulance. After conversations with sales representative Garth, Chief Cushman made Firefighter Strasberger aware of Garth's desire to also have a pre-build review that was to be done at the factory. This was not specified in the RFP, but the cost of travel, food, and lodging were covered by DeSorce. On March 20th, 2023, this is going to be L in your packets, Chief Cushman reached out to Firefighter Strasberger via email at 0930. In this email, he stated, "Sounds like Garth wants a pre-build done at the plant. We should plan this out a bit." At 14:47 that same day, Firefighter Strasberger reached out to Chief Cushman via text. It's going to be F. I'll give you a second to just turn. In this conversation, Firefighter Strasberger informs Chief Cushman that he spoke with Garth via phone call. Garth was requesting 2 trips, the first of which is a pre-build at the factory. Chief Cushman confirms, so 2 trips for 2 people, to which Firefighter Strasberger confirms this. Chief Cushman then texts, "You thinking yourself and David?" Firefighter Strasberger confirms this for Chief Cushman, stating they have the most time into picking the quota part and the RFP. Chief Cushman then states, sounds good. I support you and David for sure." This trip was scheduled and started on November 7th of 2023 at 02:30 that morning. Firefighter Strasberger left his house en route to Firefighter Rubalcaba's house to pick him up, arriving at 0300. From there, those two carpooled to Williston, where Garth met them and brought them to Burlington International for a flight to St. Louis. Once in St. Louis, the employees traveled to the factory directly from the airport and started work at the factory. At 0700, these individuals moved from working overtime to their normally assigned shifts. Just gonna ad lib here for a second. That's gonna be about 4.5 hours of overtime at this point. These individuals are having their shift covered by administrative time, as this was endorsed by Chief Cushman. Their shifts at the firehouse were being backfilled by other fire department personnel. This administrative time would run for 24 consecutive hours, the length of their scheduled shift. During this time, these employees worked at the factory with company representatives. After the factory closed, these individuals went for dinner and then to the hotel, where they spent the majority of the evening going over the build plans between the two of them, and then hosting a late night conference call with the rest of the committee to confer. This phone call ended at about 2300 that evening. These employees then went to bed, and at 0630 the next morning, the morning of the 8th, These employees were picked up from the hotel and brought to the factory to continue. At 0700, these employees went from administrative time back onto overtime. These members worked at the factory until 12:30 when they had to make their flights back to Burlington International. After arrival at Burlington International, these members traveled back to their respective residences. Firefighter Rubicaba was dropped off at 2000 hours and firefighter Strasburger arrived home at 2030. During this trip, firefighter Strasburger totaled 18 hours of overtime worked outside of his administrative leave, and firefighter Rubicaba worked 17 hours. Following this trip, firefighter Strasburger had not put any pay on his timesheet yet. Chief Cushman texted him again, this is going to be the letter G, and asked him, "You figure the 24-hour shift covers your travel and working time?" After a little bit of back and forth, Chief Cushman states, "I noticed you only had the 24 down and wanted to make sure it got covered. If it was a little under, I'm not going to charge you time." The firefighter Strasburger then replied, "Worked out to 30," and was instructed to add the extra 6 to your time, and was instructed to add the extra 6 to your timesheet. Chief Cushman then texted firefighter Rubicaba on November 13, asking him to check his timesheet, as firefighter Rubicaba had put down 12 hours of overtime. And it's going to be letter J. It's going to be his timesheet for that. This was followed by a phone call to Chief. Just confirming that was from the chief, not to the chief. I have the wrong word.
I honestly don't recall which. I think I may have called him.
Let's stick with a phone call to Chief Cushman. In this phone call, firefighter Rubicaba got the impression that Chief Cushman was attempting to exchange overtime for straight time. He was informed that he was not able to do this, and the phone call was ended. On the 13th, after firefighter Rubicaba and firefighter Strasburger had discussed what they were going to put on their timesheets, they both decided they would put 12 hours. Chief Cushman, Finance Director Monahan, and Human Resources Director Taft called firefighter Strasburger and informed him that the 6 hours Chief Cushman informed him to put down was fair for that trip. Chief Cushman then reached out to myself to discuss the trip and overtime, stating, "Don is going to pay out the 24-hour shift. We can work through the overtime aspect." The next day, I reached out to Chief Cushman requesting a labor management meeting, which was held at Alumni Hall on November 17th. This item was requested as an attempt to resolve the issue at the lowest level possible without the involvement of the council. Chief Cushman was informed that we wished to discuss multiple items at the meetings, and at his request, this was condensed into one meeting with 3 items. One of which was the stance the management took on a member changing the certification level. The second was this grievance, and the third was the distribution of overtime within the fire department and how it was to be distributed. This meeting took place and lasted about an hour. The first topic of discussion was the change in certification. The second was the Osage grievance. Once moved on to the Osage grievance, the IAFF laid out the argument that the contract is very specific in this matter, and this is going to be D. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I highlighted the key parts of the contract in this, but. So yeah, the contract is very, very specific on this matter, and the overtime is to be calculated based on a 42-hour work week. It is also very clear that all approved time is to be counted towards the 42-hour work week, and the overtime is to be calculated off from that. Management was informed that 2 members would be asked to put the full time down on their. Management was informed that the 2 members would be asked to put the full time down on their timesheets by myself. Manager Sorelli Castro stated that it would not be paid, and he was informed the grievance would be filed to the chief at that point. Manager Sorelli Castro then informed the IAFF that to bypass the grievance procedure and just bring it straight to council, and he would make sure this argument was held in front of the public, so he could prove that we were just being greedy during a financial crisis. Management was informed multiple times in this meeting that no one individual had the unilateral authority to change how the contract is written and request a scheduled shift be split into multiple time periods to cover work performed. In the middle of deliberations, at about the 1 hour mark, when Finance Director Monahan stated that she needed to step out soon, Manager Sorelli Castro rocked back in his chair, stood up and grabbed his coat while yelling at the union that this meeting had been a waste of his time. Manager Sorelli Castro then told union members to get out of Alumni Hall. When informed it was a public building and we were in the middle of a meeting, he looked at Secretary Treasurer Poyer and ordered him back to the firehouse to continue work. Vice President Strasburger stayed behind to talk to Chief Cushman about vehicle maintenance and was ordered to leave by Manager Starley Castro. IAFF members left the meeting at this time, still with one item left undiscussed and with this issue unresolved. On November 29th, 2023, the city paid member Strasburg and Rubicaba 6 hours of overtime as indicated by Chief Cushman, Finance Director Monahan, and Human Resources staff. On December 1st, 2023, after the overtime pay for the additional 12 and 11 hours was denied by Chief Cushman, this is going to be example 8 in the, or H in your packet. The IAFF Local 881 Executive Board filed a grievance in relation to this on December 1st. And this is going to be example A. It's just going to be a copy of our grievance. I believe it's the copy to Chief Cushman. This made it through the chain of the grievance procedure as set forth by the contract and is now in front of yourself after being denied by the chief. This is going to be letter B and the city manager letter C. This is going to be the copy of the denial letters. The first based on irrelevant contract language and past practice. The second based off past practice of the department and uncited collective bargaining agreement referral. Management team will make arguments that past practice of this style of payment is clear. Previously, they were correct, and this overtime was documented without question. And it's going to be example E. It's just one example of that. In this instance, the time was questioned by members and payment methods were questioned, leading to this grievance. The contract language is clear. A shift is to be 24 hours long. There is to be a 72 period of time off between shifts at a minimum. Any work performed outside of those hours is to be documented and paid as overtime. All leave that is approved by the chief of the department is to be considered as time worked in calculating overtime. After consultation with our legal counsel, we are providing an example of case law, which is provided in your packets, and it's going to be letter K. This documentation is the decision of an arbitrator provided after a grievance made to their desk. This is from 2012. This case is from a school district, and the important language that will be explored is the language in the discussion section on page 3, and I highlighted that for all of you. Thank you. So this language, I don't know the whole case, so I won't get into the whole case. I'm just going to read the decision of the discussion of the arbitrator. Parties have been empowered to interpret. Parties have empowered him to interpret without adding to, detracting from, or modifying in any way the terms and provisions of their agreement. If the express language is clear and unambiguous, the arbitrator must give effect to that language. Otherwise, he would not deviate. He would deviate not only from one of the cardinal principles of arbitration. And then skipping a little bit and going to the next section. It is also a basic fundamental concepts in the arbitration process that arbitration functions in interpreting and applying contract language. Is first to ascertain and then enforce the intention of the parties as reflected by the language of the pertinent provisions involved. If the language being construed is clear and unambiguous, such language as in itself is the best evidence of intentions of the parties. Don't know how to pronounce that word. Obviating resort to past practice, bargaining history, or other extrinsic evidence. In the absence of any ambiguity, the arbitrator should rely solely on the language used by the parties to discern the meaning of the contract provisions at issue. Thank you. The interpretation of this language is that if the language of the contract is unambiguous, then the language of the contract shall be the sole evidence viewed and interpreted. This goes on to further empower that with unambiguous language, the contract is the sight and mind into the parties upon the creating, negotiating, and signing of the document. With the language of the contract being clear, which it is in this case, the language is to be interpreted as to what the city and the union have already agreed to, and the past practice argument shall be nullified. With this unambiguous language, this is a cut and dry decision that members were on approved leave time outside of the regularly scheduled, Aside of the regularly scheduled shift member, Strasburger worked an additional 18 hours, and member Rubalcaba worked an additional 17 hours. And both members had already been paid 6 hours, with the remaining still to be paid by the city. Anything to add from the others?
I have one thing. In that meeting on the 17th, we were provided a copy of the past practice that the administrative team wished to use. And the example that we were provided was a trip by one of our unit members in March, I believe it was, to the National Fire Academy in Pennsylvania, Maryland rather. They believe that because during that time the person was not paid overnight, that should be applied to this situation as well. That is inaccurate, and our stance is that they should be compensated for the time that they are spending overnight away from their families. It's different between that situation and this one because the member was on shift for the selection of when they went to, in this case, Osage. When that member went to the National Fire Academy, they were not on shift. It did not require compensation throughout the entire 24-hour period. So it's an irrelevant portion of past precedents and an irrelevant example because it's not the same situation by any means. The only thing that's the same between the two situations is that there was a person that was traveling.
Miranda, did you have anything?
I'm sorry, did you ask me a question?
Yeah, I was asking if you had anything to add there.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not gonna delve too much into the legal aspects of this, but I just want to clarify and I'm just anticipating the city's counter arguments. So when they reference past practice, just saying past practice doesn't make it past practice. It has to be the same past practice regarding the same fact pattern. So past practice is defined in many cases as a pattern of prior conduct consistently undertaking in recurrent situations so as to evolve into an understanding of the parties that the conduct is the appropriate course of action. I don't think this fact pattern happened before, and our position is very clear. We have contract language in the parties CBA that is very clear and ambiguous. In this case, and I'm going to read the contract language again. It basically says Article 9 confirms that overtime is first calculated based on the 42-hour work week, and that approved time off is to be counted towards the 42-hour work week. Here, it is undisputed that these two grievants will travel to Missouri, and they traveled for 2 days. We have the exact amount of hours that they quote unquote worked, and basically the city's argument saying that they're only entitled to 6 hours of overtime because that's fair. I just don't see any legal reasoning behind that. And I'm very curious to see today what's the city's argument going to be, because I feel like our position is very strong from a legal point of view. The contract is clear. There is multiple case law on the issue, and it clearly states that if we have contractual language that is unambiguous, it should be enforced as is. And here, I don't see any ambiguity. It clearly states that any approved time off should be calculated towards the overtime, which is exactly what we're arguing today. And if the city has any past practice examples, I'm very curious to hear that as well. Thank you.
And I believe we only have one more statement to make. In the city manager's description of our grievance that was put into your packet, he says that it would result in an exorbitant new overtime cost to the city's taxpayers. We're not looking to establish any new overtime rates, any new overtime spending. We're looking for overtime to be distributed as per our collective bargaining agreement. And let's be real, the dollar value that is referred to as an exorbitant new overtime cost is $1,004.16
Between the two individuals.
between the two individuals total. So at no point in time have we ever tried to come up with a new way to calculate overtime for ourselves. The entire process and our consistent complaint and grievance is that we want to be paid per our collective bargaining agreement that was agreed upon and established between the city and the union.
This is an opportunity for city council to ask the union any questions about the testimony you've heard so far.
I do have one
Councilor
question.
Shambell?
I may have misheard you, but it sounded like when you left, you had not been on the shift, or you had just gotten off of another shift, and then this 24 hours, is that on top of the other shift, or how does?
Here, Kirk, I'll hand you the mic. I'm Kirk Strasberg, Vice President of the IFF. So Emil, when we left, our shift started at 0700. I left my house at 2:30 in the morning. So from 2:30 to 7 o'clock would be considered overtime. And then at 0700 is my time to report on duty. From 0700, 24 hours to 0700 the next day. That would have been my tour of duty.
Yeah, that's straight time. So that's the 24 hours.
So think about if you work 8 to 4, that's my 8 to 4. That's 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the morning. That's my 8 to 4, if you want to look at it that way. Like my normal work hours.
So the 2:30 to 7 is how many hours? Since I'm not.
4.5. There's 4.5 there, and then after 7 p.m. on the 8th, 7 a.m. on the 8th, whatever occurred from 7 a.m. when they were coming off shift until they returned to their home at 8 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. between the two of them is also overtime. So the straight pay occurs on their regularly scheduled shift from 0700 on the 7th to 0700 on the 8th. Anything outside of that, all allowed time off per our contract, is to be calculated as overtime. So if they started at 0230, from 0230 to 0700 would be overtime rate. 0700 to 0700 would be their straight time rate. And then everything from 0700 to 2030, when member Strasburger arrived back at his residence, is overtime. So it ends up totaling 17 hours and 18 hours total, because firefighter Strasburger had more travel time to carpool and pick up member Rubacava.
And just to speak briefly to how we're coming up with the, if I may, not without a question being posed, but to how we're coming up with the travel time and working time calculation. If you look at letter G in the thing, is a text between Chief Cushman with the left-handed bubbles being the chief, stating that the paid time is going to be the travel time and working time. And the issue originally stemmed in this case from the city's desire to take the 24-hour shift and split it in two, opposed to our collective bargaining agreement, and have the 24-hour shift cover two different 12-hour segments on 2 different days, and then just have the remainder covered by overtime, instead of the 24-hour shift as negotiated being a 24-hour shift, and then 24-hour paid administrative time, and then everything else being overtime calculations.
Does that answer your question, Mel?
Yes.
And so you highlighted in the contract, section 4, overtime, all approved paid leave shall count as hours worked for the purposes of calculating overtime eligibility. But and the other line in that is that really anything above the 42-hour tour duty for any reason shall be considered overtime. How is paid leave time in play here?
So because they were on leave, administrative leave from their shift,
Okay. And that's how it's defined in the contract and used consistently. Any leave time from your shift is
All approved leave.
considered paid leave time in your opinion.
Yes.
Approved
Okay.
leave to perform city duties. They were sent to perform functions of the fire department on this trip, and that is why they should be compensated.
I've taken many classes, and say my class is for a certification I need for the fire department. Say my class is on my shift day from 8 o'clock in the morning to 4:30, just because everybody can think of that. I was given time to go to that class. If my shift needed to be filled, my shift would have been filled, and then I came back to work. In this trip, obviously, I couldn't come back to work for the however many hours that we were in the hotel. So the past practice, if you will, that I've always experienced in the 5 years that I've worked here is if I have something that I need to do for the city of Barre, so a class or go to Missouri, I was excused from my duties at the firehouse to go do city business and was paid my straight rate for that.
Are there any, if there are no further questions, we'll pivot to the city and then you'll get a chance to rebut and the city will get the final word.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I had one or two clarifying questions of the union. There's been a couple of references to the overtime provisions of the contract that talk about approved paid leave time. And it's been a statement that the firefighters, Strasburg and Rubalcaba, were on administrative leave during this period of time. Is there, I'm aware of sick leave being a paid leave under the contract. I'm aware of personal leave. I'm aware of vacation leave. Is there paid administrative leave somewhere in the contract?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can search it really quickly. David, you know?
Scott, paid
If you could give us a couple of minutes, we can do that very
Well,
quickly.
and that's something, that you could get back to us later in the hearing too. We don't need to wait for it right now, but I just wanted to see if there was something like that in the contract. And the follow-up question was, did either firefighter Strasburger or firefighter Rubalcaba either apply to be put on paid administrative leave for this, or were they actually placed on paid administrative leave? Because I looked at some payroll records and I didn't see anything that reflected that.
So they were paid like it was their shift. It wasn't documented any different as the pay for their shift. I don't know, I'm looking up there, you're over here. But with the approval of the time to go on this trip, as suggested by the chief, I don't know how we can punish them and take away time for their shift based on the chief's recommendation for them to go, or the chief's being the first one to suggest that those two were the ones that went on this trip.
Okay, I understand your position. Okay.
Follow-up, there's one additional follow-up response to your question, Scott.
Hey, Scott, it's Rubes.
Hi, Rube.
So we have sick leave, comp time, vacation time, personal time in our contract. We'll have to look to see if administrative time is in there specifically. If it is not in the contract, it has historically been used throughout the fire department over the course of several years now. Whether someone's placed on it administratively for a disciplinary reason, or well, they're just waiting on the results of something. But this is, administrative leave is essentially what we're calling it because the city sent us to Missouri to perform city functions and we weren't able to perform our regular duties on shift.
I understand your position. Thank you.
Counselor Deering?
So could you guys have said no, that you don't want to go?
I mean,
Yes or no?
yes, we could have said, no, I
Okay.
don't want to go, but after spending, I probably have, just in this ambulance bill, for hours I have not billed the city. Out of my own personal time sitting at home, probably 40, 50 hours, because this is something that I believe in.
Sure.
This is something that is going to make the city better by having, well, I mean, you've seen us,
Into my house.
exactly, it was actually me.
Yep.
And I believe in this ambulance, and I believe in getting every penny for the money that you guys are spending and the town is spending on this ambulance. This is an expensive piece of equipment that is 8% of our run volume. So this ambulance needs to be right. And I think that it'd be very short-sighted for somebody who knows the intricacies of this to not do this, one for the city and one for us, because there's a lot of things that you can't hash out over the phone, because this is a custom build. I mean, there is like tons and tons of things. I mean, I have folders this thick just in this, and like I said, I mean, I can't even put the number of hours of just at home going over quotes and emailing the salesman. So I mean, yes, I could have said no, but I don't think that would have been the best use of time or money for the city.
And this is definitely a task that's outside the duties outlined in our contract, absolutely. But it is in the best interest of the city to make sure that this project gets done correctly. And as Kirk just elaborated, we have a lot of personal time invested in this, and we're going to be operating out of this ambulance for the next 5 to 10 years, probably.
And I think the city agrees. This is a joint effort by management and by union members, and all working together to try to come up with something that would be good for the city. But I don't think, having acknowledged that this is a great thing that everyone did, we still need to determine what the contract requires and whether there's a past practice.
Good. All right, if there are no further questions from council, we'll pivot to the city administration.
I'd like to be able to share the screen if someone can open that up for me.
Give me 1 sec.
Only to avoid confusion.
There you go, Scott. You're good now.
And Scott, just for clarity of your role, and this it's because I'm new to labor quasi judicial hearings. Is your client the city administration or city council? Who's your client here?
Well, I've been working with the city management and the fire department management up to this point in time there.
Okay, so you would say that.
Yeah, I'm assisting the city in presenting the grievance to the council.
And so we, as an impartial body that has to hear this, then you cannot advise us too, right?
Better practice would be for me not to do that.
Okay, got it.
Okay, let's see. Give me just a second. And I want to. Let's see. One second. I wish I was a little quicker with this stuff, but okay, so let's see. What I'd like to put up is not showing up on my
Scott, I have them pulled up here, Scott, if you can tell me what document you're referencing.
Can you pull up the spreadsheet? Because,
yes.
You know, this is very confusing. I think the union did a very good job trying to outline the times and the dates. And I don't think we have a lot of disagreement with any of those kind of factual issues. But we put together a spreadsheet so you can see it in black and white. And it's in your packet.
Yeah, Scott, I don't have it on, that's the one I have the other two on the machine here. It's item 3, council, in your packet.
And I don't know why it's not popping up on my screen when I try to share it, because I have it open here too. Wait, here we go. I found it.
Oh, thanks, Scott.
I'm gonna. So again, I don't think we have a big disagreement about the facts, but just so that council can follow it better, the top part above the black line illustrates the way the city computed the overtime, and the bottom illustrates the way that the union computes the overtime. You'll notice that in each case, David Rubicaba's time is 1 hour less. And that was because Kirk did the driving that day. He started a little earlier on the first day when they left, picked up David, and he got home later. So that's the only reason for that discrepancy. Otherwise, that discrepancy is really meaningless to the decision, the legal decision you have to make. But again, just so we can keep it straight, from 2:30 to 6:30 p.m. Involved the travel, going to the airport, and getting to the airport or getting to St. Louis at 6:30, starting to work with the manufacturer. And again, what the city agrees that the overtime for David would be 4 hours, and for Kirk Strasburger 4.5 hours. We also agree the work that started on Tuesday morning and ended Wednesday. So on Tuesday morning, 11/7, the employees were working at the manufacturers, and from 7 a.m. Until 6:30 p.m. when they stopped working with the manufacturer. That was 11.5 hours at straight time. And again, we agree that was during their shift. Both firefighters were on that same shift. Here's where we disagree. This would be that fourth line down. From 6:30 p.m. Till 6:30 a.m. Wednesday, the city's position and the assumptions that they made in computing the amount of compensation owed to these employees was that the employees were on free time. They were no longer working. They could eat, they could sleep, they could go to a movie, they could do whatever they chose to do. Now, if they had been in Barre at the firehouse, they may have also been sleeping there. They may have also been eating there. But the difference was they would have been on duty. They would have been available to take calls. They would have been interrupted if there was a call, etc. And that's quite different from them being in Missouri, where they could not do any of those things. So based on that, from the period 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday, when they stopped work at the manufacturer, till 6:30 a.m. on Wednesday, the city's position is that they were on their own time and it was uncompensated. On Wednesday, they began working again at 6:30 a.m. and they worked at the manufacturers for some period of time, and then they headed back to Burlington. And again, the city at this point, and this is where they follow the past practice that the city has had for quite some time, that both parties have been aware of and have apparently implicitly agreed to. From this period of time, this 12.5 hours, well, it was more than that, it was 13.5 or 14 hours. The city credited the employees with 12.5 straight time hours. The reason it did that, again, you look up, they had already received 11.5. The 12.5 straight time hours made them whole for the 24 hours of their shift. And then the additional time, in David Rubicaba's case, 1 hour, and in Kirk Strasburger's case, 1.5 hours, that was credited to overtime. So the way the city computes it, The employees received their 24 hours, which made up for their shift, and 6 hours of overtime or 5 hours of overtime for the additional time outside of the shift. The union, looks at it differently, and they've, done a very good job explaining why they did. They also look at that first group of time as overtime. They would then, in the 24-hour period, 7 a.m. Tuesday to 7 a.m. Wednesday, take 24 hours of straight time. So they would claim pay for all of that time, and whether they were eating, whether they were on the phone, whether they were sleeping, they would claim credit for all of that time. The city disputes that, since they were not able to engage in regular work duties as defined in the work clause of the contract, which we've also put in front of you, which is Article 15, I believe. I'm sorry, no, Article 9, Section 3. But they claimed the 24 hours, which they've explained, and then from 7 a.m. on Wednesday, when their shift ended, till 8:30 p.m. when they got home, they're claiming 13 or 13 and a half, depending on which of the employees we're talking about, hours of overtime. So when it all adds up, both parties agree there's 24 hours of straight time involved. The union argues that there's 18 hours of overtime, or 17 in David's case, and the city argues that there's 6 and 5. So we put this together just to kind of be helpful in understanding the positions of the parties and the specific time frames. I'd like to go to, I should be able to find this one.
David, are you, Scott, sorry. Scott, are you looking for the PowerPoint?
Yeah, I am.
Let me try to pull that up. Okay, can you see it?
No. Oh yeah, now I can.
Give me 1 sec, let me start it. Okay. And
so if you go to the second page, and again, I'm not going to dwell on this, because basically the same information on this page was in that graph we just looked at. So I think we can leave this for you to consider in deliberations, and we can go on to the next page. Chief Cushman, could you explain what this page illustrates? And all the council members, I think you have sheets of that in front of you. I know the type is pretty small, but Chief, could you explain what this is?
Yes, so this is a visual representation of the time cards for firefighter Rubicov and firefighter Strasburger. It shows the days in question as the 7th and the 8th of November. It shows that they are on shift, their 24-hour pay on the 7th. And then there's an additional 12 hours of overtime that they submitted on the 8th, in addition to their 24 hours of pay.
Okay, now these submissions were they approved or not approved by the city?
These were not approved.
Okay. Can we go to the next page? Chief, can you explain what this is?
Yes, so the top left is what the hours were paid out using the existing current past practice that we can show a trend in time. It shows the 4.5 hours starting Tuesday morning. Then it shows 11.5 hours of working time on Tuesday. There's then the additional time on Wednesday, once they started work and returned home. An hour and a half is the additional wages. So if you look to the top right, it's the union interpretation. That's the computation of time that they're requesting by their grievance.
Is it fair to say this is a bar graph representation of the hours being claimed, both appropriate by the city and by the union?
Correct.
And this tracks what we just went over with the earlier pages and the spreadsheet?
Yes.
And below that, the two boxes below that, what does that show?
So the bottom left shows what the when employees were paid under the current past practice. The darker colored bar is their regular hours, and the orangish bar will indicate what the overtime was that those individuals were paid. If you look at the bottom right, the regular hours will remain the same. It's the overtime hours that are increased based on the computation in the grievance, representing a significant increase.
Okay, could you go to the next page, please? Chief, what is this? Can you explain what this is and why the city included this chart?
Yeah, so this is an example of a current practice of a individual that went to the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland. The top left indicates the way that the individual was paid out while not on shift. They were down there for I believe it was a 6-day class. So inevitably there was going to be at least one day that their shift day would have fallen on. So that Saturday with the 10 hours, that's travel time down there. And then the following days are going to be class time and travel time. So if you look at the bottom left, that shows what they were paid for regular time, as well as what their overtime computed as. The top right would be what the union's interpretation would be, with the exception of those two top bars, the tallest bars. That should represent 24, not 21. Apologize for that.
Let me just ask a question. So those bars that should say 24, those would represent days that the person in training would have been on shift, but for the fact that they were at the academy?
That's correct.
So that's basically an identical situation to what we have here, although here it was only 1 day away.
And with a $1,300 increase in overtime.
Okay. So applying, now, when you talk about the current past practice, how long have you been employed in the department, Chief?
I'm in my 22nd year.
And when did you become chief?
February of 23.
Was this past practice ever applied to you personally during your career?
Multiple times, yes.
Was it applied to you prior to the time you became the chief?
Yes.
So while you were a union member?
Correct.
And so did you attend, for example, National Fire Academy training?
Yes.
And were you scheduled to work regular shifts during that time that you went to the academy?
Presumably, yes.
And were you paid for your regular shifts and everything else treated like overtime, or were you paid in accordance with this past practice?
I was paid in accordance with the past practice.
While you've been, let's say before you were chief, were you aware that other persons attended the academy or trainings that took them away overnight?
I'm sorry, I guess I was waiting for more. Could you repeat that?
Sure. At any time during your career, were you aware of that other firefighters were also attending the fire academy or other trainings or other events that took them away from the department overnight? Were you aware of how they were compensated?
Being that we're a small firehouse, everybody talks, so I'm quite certain, not having heard any complaints in the past, that yes, I would say that they were paid in accordance with the current past practice.
And since you've been chief, have people been paid in accordance with this practice?
Yes,
And has the union ever complained about it?
nothing.
Now, again, I think the union spoke to the fact that the fiscal impact of this specific trip they characterized it as fairly minimal, about $1,000 or so. What impact do you see if the current past practice is no longer followed and the union interpretation is put into place?
So this example that's on the screen right now is a training that we're fully invested in to send our first line officers to, and then we'll open it to additional staff after that. My fear is that if we have to transition to this new interpretation, that we're not going to be able to afford this training because it is about 7.5% of our training budget would be consumed by just this one individual going to this training.
When you said 7.5% would be consumed, are you talking about under the current past practice or under the new interpretation?
That would be under the new interpretation.
So it'd be fair to say you'd have less money to send people to training like this?
That's correct.
Are there any other events where a change in this practice would have a fiscal impact on the department?
Well, there is currently a desire to travel back to the same manufacturer to do a final build inspection. That would become very complicated. Even though we all agree of the importance of these visual face-to-face meetings, I've had the opportunity to build, oh goodness, probably 6 ambulances over my career, and numerous fire trucks. So I understand the importance and the time commitment. So I'm not sure how we would tackle that final build trip if we had to use the new interpretation.
You said you've participated in acquiring equipment and such as this ambulance in the past. Did you ever take a trip like this to spec out equipment before it was built?
No, and that's actually part of why this was so important, because we'd seen some issues that were not revealed in meetings with the dealer because the engineers aren't sitting there. So the importance is that you can sit there with the engineers and the dealer to work through all the fine details. I have been to fire truck manufacturers on a couple of different occasions, not for pre-build, but for pre-delivery inspections.
Did they involve overnight trips?
Yes.
How were you compensated? Were you compensated in accord with this past practice or some other way?
With the current past practice.
And how many years are we talking about going back?
Well, as recent as the fall of 22, I would have gone to Michigan. And then in 2017, 17 or 18, I would have traveled to Michigan as well.
And you were compensated in accordance with this past practice?
That's correct.
Can you go to the next page, please? Can you tell the council what this is?
This is a representation of the digital tracking of timesheets. And this shows where firefighter Strasburger had put his 6 hours in addition to his 24-hour shift into the time card. And it also represents when it was deleted, and then it was then changed to 12 hours of overtime using the new interpretation.
When was firefighter Strasburger's original entry put in? What was the date and time?
That was on November 8th.
And when was it deleted and changed?
It looks like later that day, yes. No, well, no, it was sometime on the 13th.
Yeah, right here.
So it was about 5 days later?
Correct.
I want to, well, I guess I'll go to the next page.
Yeah, in the interest of parity, just the same amount of time, you had about 20 minutes. So could we wrap it up so we can get to some council questions?
Sure. I'll sure try. Could you tell us what this last page is?
This last page is the time card for firefighter Rubalcaba when he and I both traveled to the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland, and more or less representing the current practice for overtime.
When was that trip?
That was March of 2023 after I was fire chief.
And would firefighter Rubalcaba have had regularly scheduled shifts during that week?
Yes, on the
Week
12th.
one? And was he paid the way the union is insisting he should be paid now, or was he paid in accordance with the past practice?
In accordance with the past practice.
Just quickly, there's been reference to some text messages. Could we put those up quickly, Nicholas?
Scott, I don't think I have those on the laptop to put up, but they're in the council's packet, number 4.
Okay, why don't we take this off the screen then? Okay, I don't think I have it either. So, Chief, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
So what were you discussing? What date was this?
Oh, gosh.
But
It was immediately following, was it the 8th? The 8th of November. So I was working on payroll and I noticed that Kirk had only put down for 24 hours of pay. And having had the experience that I've had, I didn't quite figure that probably, I didn't think that it covered it. So that's what prompted my question was, does this cover your travel time and working time? To which you can see the dialogue, and he came out with 30 hours total. At which
And
point,
what did you tell him at that point?
I asked him to enter the 6 hours.
And prior to that, he'd only entered 24.
That's correct.
Okay. Was there any discussion between the two of you where you talked him out of entering more than 6 hours?
No.
Okay. Just a couple more questions and I'll be done. Before the firefighters left on this trip, did either of them ask you to put them on an approved administrative leave?
I'm not aware of any language or ability to put them on administrative leave in the payroll
Did either of
system.
them either of them ask you to put them on administrative leave?
No.
And to your knowledge, were any of them put on paid administrative leave?
No.
I may be done. Mr. Mayor, I think we're done with this section.
Great.
I'll have some remarks to sum up at a later time.
So what are the city's policies on requesting administrative leave? Are there forms that have to be filled out?
I'm not familiar with any
Okay.
language that covers administrative leave. I don't know if
Okay.
you guys had found anything in the contract, but
So it says refers to approved paid leave in the contract. Like what's the policy? I want to take a vacation day. I'm sick. I need to go to the doctor.
So
Process.
for earned time, there are forms that we complete to utilize earned time, whether it be sick time, comp time, or vacation time.
And so that's distinct from this paid leave time that's in the contract.
There's nothing in those forms that allow for administrative time.
And there's generally no, I guess what I'm getting at is just trying to understand, like, how does this city have documented requests ahead of time so that when they're doing the timesheets, it's really clear what people have requested and what has been approved and not been approved?
There's an allowance in the time cards that they can put notes, and I think unfortunately we're such a small department that we've always known what's going on. So that's how we've always known when we're signing off on payroll, to know that these gentlemen went to a class or they went to the factory for an inspection.
Other questions from council for the city administration?
Yeah, so it's sounding like, how did the administrative pay idea come up? If firefighters thought that they had administrative leave, and you're saying that it doesn't exist, how, when you had the initial conversations, did you arrive at how are you going to not compensate, but how you're going to account for your time? As in, there was never the discussion of, well, you're going to be gone for 30 hours and 24 is going to be straight time, and that conversation was never had.
I don't think that we had that conversation, just because, as we've already we've covered, that there's been significant past practice that has shown how that would be paid out.
And so you talk about,
Michael's here too.
oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Deering, yeah.
Just to be clear, we're hourly and not salary, correct?
That's correct.
So on an overnight trip or a trip that's not requiring duties that would be performed, we would essentially say that hourly would be the rate of compensation as opposed to a salary. Like, if you were to be sent to a trip, you would be compensated for all of the time that you're there because you're not paid on salary, as opposed to if you were there being paid hourly, and in the event that you're not working at a factory or doing whatever is obligated by your job, we essentially wouldn't, would you say that we wouldn't compensate that time?
Well, I believe my compensation is built off from 8 hours a day and a 40-hour work week.
Okay.
Councilman, going back again to the training, when an hourly employee, let's say an hourly employee, goes to a training, or in this case goes to this kind of a meeting, unless the contract covers that specific situation, and I realize the union and the city have a disagreement, and we'll probably both talk about that a little later. But unless the contract clearly covers it, we would look to the Fair Labor Standards Act to see what was required. And what, under the Fair Labor Standards Act, if the worker was released from their training or their work obligation, they were free to eat and go to a movie and sleep and all that, they would not be entitled to paid for that time.
Right, that was my assumption. Thank you, sir.
So one thing that stuck out to me is you talk about the city position is that the employees are not on duty, not performing work as described in the contract, and not available to answer calls. And you're saying that because, I take it, and I just go back to the contract, what's in the contract, it's your job as managers to administer it. Where does it talk about them being able to answer calls means that they're on duty?
In the work clause, it talks about what the daily duties are. And I believe that was included, was it not, Scott?
Yes, it's page, the excerpts from the contract, it's page 2, section 3, the work clause. It defines what people do. Tab 2.
Okay. So which section are we looking at? Page 2, section?
Section 3, it's down at the bottom of that, Article 9, Section 3.
And the city disputes that the hours that were required of the employees to travel and inspect and even sleep overnight are not considered overtime, even though it says any hours required in excess of the 42-hour tour of duty for any reason shall be considered overtime.
We do.
Any other questions?
And but I will say, again, I think maybe it was a little too broad there. We do think the travel time is compensable. We do think all the work time is compensable. We simply don't think that the time that they had as free time was compensable. And some of that, and some of that time is compensable at time and a half.
And so how does past practice weigh into the contract language or labor law? Like, what standing does that have versus the language that has been negotiated between the union and management?
I believe the union provided you with the arbitration award, and I can provide you with numerous cases and arbitration awards. The law is pretty clear. If the contract language is clear, it should be enforced as is.
No, I'm asking Scott because representing the city administration, spent a lot of time talking about this is the current practice. So I'm wondering, how is that relevant to the matter at hand of the contract language or labor law?
I think that the case law that's been cited is not wrong. The problem is that the provisions of the collective bargaining agreement in this case are ambiguous. They're not clear. Nowhere in Article 9, although it states they'll be paid at overtime rates when they work beyond their regularly scheduled 24-hour shifts, but nowhere in Article 9 does it address how employees are to be paid when they're performing an assignment in lieu of their regularly assigned 24-hour shift. For example, when sent to a training, which features 8-hour workdays, or when engaged in a trip such as the one to Osage here. From time to time, they engage in training or other professional activities which prevent them from working their regular assigned shift. And this is one of those cases. Under those circumstances, certain questions arise. How are they to be compensated? What's the appropriate rate of pay? Is free time as opposed to work time compensated? And also, how are they protected so they don't lose their regular 24-hour shift to scheduled hours while performing this alternate assignment? Those are all legitimate questions. And over the years, the parties have developed compensation practices which, until this grievance, resolve these issues to their mutual satisfaction. In fact, prior to filing this grievance, IAF never questioned the practice, never attempted to negotiate any aspect of the practice. So this is a long-standing practice and until now mutually accepted, which spanned several negotiated agreements. They're well known to the members of the IAF and they've been fully accepted. So we think that this long-standing mutually accepted past practice, which deals with how people are compensated when they're not working their 24-hour regular shifts, has become embedded in the contract as a past practice. We followed the past practice in this case. They were paid at straight time rates for 24 hours of the time worked on this trip. That made them whole for the shift they were not able to work when they volunteered for this assignment. Then they were paid at overtime rates for the 5 or 6 Rubalcaba and Strasburger work or travel hours over and above the 24-hour shift they missed. They weren't paid for the time in Osage when they were free to pursue their personal interests, eating, relaxing, sleeping.
I think you've covered my question, Scott. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're getting on 9:40. We have rebuttal opportunity for the union. Another final closing from the city. I don't know if we'll have the mental wherewithal to. We may do a deliberative session or not. We'll see. So.
You certainly have, you also have the right to adjourn and do the deliberative session later. I think you have a certain amount of time under the contract to get back with a decision, so I think
Okay.
it's 10 days. Yes,
Now- We'll give the floor back to the union.
You can't cease to work.
So I'm gonna start backwards just so we're talking about the most fresh stuff, or yeah, most recent stuff first. Where Scott brought up that the IFF didn't go to negotiate this, so didn't bring this in negotiations. I would just like to bring it up that the city didn't either. Not like a pointing fingers at, but the contract language is very clear in that anything worked outside of the scheduled 42 hours is to be considered overtime. And we are not negating anything that the city had in the presentation about their calculation, our calculation. The only issue we have with that is the contract. Let me see if I can find Article 9, Section 1, subsection C. Just to reference the shift dynamic of the fire department, where we are working 24-hour shifts, we are working 24-hour periods, is where that's there. It's listed as a 24-hour shift, not 24-hour periods of work. And as was mentioned in the meeting on November 17th, multiple times to the administration, I said no one person has the unilateral authority to divide shifts or split how shifts are distributed. That is a negotiated item within our contract. We are a 24/72 department, meaning we are 24 hours on, 72 hours off, as designated in our contract under Article 9, Section 1, Paragraph 1. And then it felt like they were harping really hard on the administrative time. Administrative time is not something you'll see anywhere except our grievance. I use that term hoping to make it a little more clear as like a descriptive term of like they were on approved leave and I assigned the name administrative time to it. It's not something that is an item. It's not something that was filed for pay. They put in for pay if you were to look at their pay stubs that the city provided. They put those in as a regular shift. They didn't put them in as time off. They didn't put their 24-hour shift as time off. They put that in as a regular shift. Administrative time was just a word I attached to it in writing the grievance as a way to try to clarify what it was. But it was, I don't think anyone has a doubt on that, it was approved leave time, which is what the contract is very specific on. Administrative is just a word I attached as a way to hopefully make it more palatable and easy to read. I guess I won't be doing that anymore. I wrote no, I don't know what it means, so I'm gonna skip that and give it back to Holden.
As to their argument where the members were not in Barre, they were not able to perform functions of the fire or of a firefighter, and they weren't able to that. And the city's argument is that's where they shouldn't be compensated. I think that we look at it from an opposite perspective of that's exactly why they should be compensated, because they were required to be performing city duties, speccing this ambulance and ensuring that the ambulance was of the highest quality for the citizens of Barre. And they were required to stay in St. Louis. They were unable to return home because they didn't have a flight. Their inability to return essentially keeps them on shift, because much like being at the firehouse, you're not able to go home.
And that's only for their shift period.
Yeah.
We're not saying that if they were off duty for, if this was a 3-day trip, they're not gonna be paid for 36 hours consecutive. We understand there's sleep time built in that on days off. But our argument is nothing complicated. We're not complicated people. It's a 24-hour shift that the city in the spreadsheet that Scott Cameron was presenting, they are saying they are trying to split our 24-hour shift in half. That 24-hour shift is a is a 24-hour shift. It's not shifts adding to 24 hours.
And the example given by the city in the packet here labeled 1, the last example they provide a firefighter rubricable time. That was the one that I prefaced to the hearing here, where he was on duty on Sunday, March 12th. This does not pertain to the situation because at no point in time did he put in for overtime pay for hours that he was gone. He put in for pay from 8 to 5 p.m. He was not on shift that day, so he stopped receiving overtime compensation at 5 p.m. and then resumed at 7 a.m. when he was on shift. That was when he resumed his straight time. So he's not putting in for overtime hours, overtime compensation every time that he goes on a training that is overnight. It is only on the days where he is required, where he is scheduled to be on shift for his 24/72, and he is required to be out of the area, or out of state rather.
Before, just to be clear with what you said, so you're not disputing that training is something distinct from this ambulance inspection trip?
That training is distinct from the
Are you saying that training is distinct and would not be eligible for overtime?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
We'll pass to David, and I can come back around. And
So I'm not familiar with anyone ever putting down overtime while at a training where they weren't able to return to work. But they also weren't docked their straight time either. And in some cases, I think the majority of us through different points in our career have sacrificed some of the time to make trainings work. At least 2 of us took a 120-hour course and collected 0 overtime for it because the city couldn't afford to send us. So we said, well, just send us and just pay us our straight time and we won't take any overtime.
And that was negotiated up front.
Yes.
Yep.
And as Scott has made clear, that we absolutely could do that. We don't. We want the training. We need the training. We've gone through countless different things to make training opportunities work for both of us, the city and the employees. And just because I didn't take 120 hours of pay doesn't mean 10 years from now I should be docked for it. And what the city's trying to do here is take overtime from one day and wash it for straight time a different day. And as our contract is clear, you cannot do that. I didn't return home at noon on Wednesday. I returned home at 8 o'clock at night. That was time away from my home, my family. Go home at 8 o'clock at night, not whatever hour the city's trying to blur the lines with, not the city, the administration. I'm a little disappointed that my previous generosity with the training was brought up to attempt to smear me tonight. I had a conversation with Chief Cushman following that training about how I was going to put it on my pay sheet. Do you remember this conversation?
No, there won't be back and forth like that.
Okay.
Oh.
I said that I want others to be able to take advantage of this training opportunity, and I want to make it okay for the city to do that. So I didn't take as much time as I could have for that training because I want others to take advantage of that same opportunity. So I'm disappointed that it was thrown back in our face tonight. During this meeting, I texted my family letting them know that they're probably going to be seeing my name in the paper tomorrow for a work-related issue. I respect the council's decision tonight, but I ask going forward that you give us the respect of hearing in an executive session. Our timesheets, we're public employees, everything's public to an extent. Our payroll IDs, our hire dates, our hourly rate of pay, what we do in a week, was all publicly displayed tonight and entered into a record to be accessed whenever someone wants in the future. I just ask that you give us the courtesy in the future in that level of respect of having an executive session.
Do you have any other final words of rebuttal before we go to the city or get any final questions from council?
Yeah. So I would just like to end it with the we believe that the language in our contract is very clear as to how overtime is to be paid out, paid, and how it's to be calculated off from our base time. And just to add on to a little bit of what David said about the generosity, it wasn't brought up, which I'm surprised. David and Kirk both decided to put down 12 hours on the pay stub. The initial pay stub when they first got back, they put down 12 hours instead of the 17, 18 they were owed. And this was out of the generosity of we don't want to do that. They added the additional hours at my request because it was what was officially owed, and at the request of council not you council, them council, that they need to put down for everything they are owed. But it was the initial generosity of the 12 hours, which is less than they are officially owed as per the collective bargaining agreement. And then to have that then smeared and told, no, you're only getting half of that because we're looking to split your shift and we're looking to rewrite your contract. And yeah, being disguised as being fair when they're destroying this document that we have worked countless hours trying to defend, trying to negotiate. We spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on both sides trying to defend, trying to negotiate, trying to work through issues. The contract language is very clear. The arbitration language that we said, if the contract language is clear and is provided, is that the contract language is what is to be determined and what is to make that decision. I think anything besides that would be disappointing. Thank you.
Any questions for counsel for the union?
I'm just curious why you were directed to change your time card after you'd already submitted the time into the, not sure which of you gentlemen were to change your time card, but the original time card was submitted and then it was changed. And I'm just curious at what direction you were given to change that time card and why.
So when I got back, I only had my 24-hour shift in because I usually, the shift before we left was a new pay period. So I just do my normal 24-hour, 2 24-hour blocks, and then I put in my overtime. So I got back. When I got back, I had a backlog of stuff. So when Chief called me, I was actually working in my garage on some equipment that I need to get done for the next day. He was asking me why I hadn't put down my overtime yet. I said, well, I'm still in the garage. It's 10:30 at night. I haven't gotten back into my house to get on my computer and put in my time. And he directed me, we talked it through, and he directed me that, that the 6 hours was the fair time. So when I got in the house about 1 o'clock, when I was done working on my equipment, I just put that into my laptop, went to bed, and then the next day I actually thought it through, I guess is how I would describe it. And then I obviously talked with Camden, and that's where we came up with the calculation. That's why I changed it.
You didn't think that it was an off calculation when he talked to you that night when you were working in your garage, that just the discrepancy in the smaller amount of hours versus the larger amount, you didn't kind of call that into question when you talked to him on the phone?
To be honest with you, I didn't at that time. I was tired. I've been gone for 40 something hours. I actually have a excavation business, and I had a job I had to be at that next day. So at that time, it was more like I just needed to get off the phone, get done what I needed to get done. And then when I actually had time to process and think about it.
Would you say that this seems to be more of a concept driven by the union representation than perhaps a mistake that happened?
No, this isn't a concept that's driven by the union. I've taken, like I was saying, I've taken multiple classes before, and I've never taken a class where I was gone for 24 hours straight. I've always taken a class where I could come back from the class, finish my normal shift. So it was kind of uncharted territory for me because I've never been gone on my shift for a full 24 hours. So that's why That answer your question?
To a degree, sure.
The 12 hours on my timesheet was changed to 17 once the grievance proceedings started at the direction of the union leadership, because that was the accurate representation of the actual time spent. So I had also put less time than I was actually owed, because we're not looking to go after anybody here. And we're not looking to sink the city over this ambulance trip.
Just to add to that really quickly, the 17 hours is a total of 17 hours. There was was 11 hours for David and 12 hours for Kirk, based off the 6 hours that was already paid by the city.
Right.
Yeah.
So I have a question, firefighter Strasserberg. You were just talking about a telephone conversation with the chief?
There was a telephone conversation before that text message that we had.
Oh, okay. So you spoke to him
Previous to
before the
that.
text message, and then that's when you told him 6 hours.
Yeah, because we talked on the phone, and then I probably sent that text message maybe a half an hour or so before that. I was still
Before you talked or after you talked?
after I talked. So that text message was after I talked with him on the phone.
Why would the chief be asking you for your overtime if you already told him in a telephone conversation it was
Because
6 hours?
I hadn't, he told me how he wanted it calculated. I went back into the garage and calculated it the way he wanted it calculated, and that's when I sent that text message.
Okay, sorry, I'm dense. Why would you tell him 6 hours if he was telling you had to calculate? How could you tell him 6 hours if you had to go back and do the calculation and then text it to him? I guess that's what I'm
saying, when I had the phone call with him, because I've never calculated being gone for 24 hours on shift. So he told me how he wanted it calculated.
Gotcha.
I went back in and I wrote down on the way he wanted it calculated, and that's when I sent that text message.
Okay, so when you were answering Councilor Deering's question, I understood you to say that during the telephone conversation, you had told him 6 hours, so I misunderstood.
Okay, sorry. I might have misspoke too.
Okay. I got it.
Okay.
Now I got it straight, thanks.
All right, so that takes us to the city, and then we'll figure out next steps. Before, just so I have both attorneys' opportunity to comment on the process, when do we have to issue a decision on this matter?
Let's see, under the grievance procedure, city council, blah, 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 written decision within 10 days of the close of the hearing. And I believe that the days are, I better check this, working days, Mondays through Fridays, so it doesn't include weekends and holidays, things like that. So within 10 days, so.
It would just be
don't-
days, it would be working days. Working days is specified elsewhere in the contract.
Under the subsection D there,
It's specified in the grievance procedure, Article 15, Section 1, subsection 3.
Article 15, Section 1, you said 6D?
Section 3. The timeframes can be extended, but the term working days as used in this article shall mean Monday through Friday, excluding holidays.
Yeah, and that's our thing, is it doesn't say working days on this section. It's within 10 days, but
flip to the next page and refer to section 6, subsection D.
I think we can get an answer within 10 days. I mean, it's not that, worst case, we warn for next week.
It's nice if everybody agrees, right? All right, so we'll go with 10 working days. All right.
Noran, do you want to have some closing arguments?
No, not necessarily. I think we touched on it.
Oh, that's what you just
I don't think, no, I said, I think we can answer it within 10 days. I think we should probably keep it within 10 days versus the potential of going through another grievance hearing about working days.
Do we have a dispute about the working days being Monday through Friday, excluding holidays?
I think we can.
At any rate, so we're all agreeing that we're just gonna do this in 10 days and maybe tonight, so, yeah.
Yeah.
all right.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there, and everybody agrees to that? Okay, all right.
Okay.
So,
I guess I have some closing comments. I'd like to thank the union for its presentation. I think it was very professional. We obviously disagree. And that's why we're here, and that's why the council's there. I guess the only characterization I was a little felt was a little unfair was the using of the word smear. That you know, we come here to talk about these issues. No one was here to smear anyone else. I don't feel that the union was here to embarrass the city or vice versa. There was talk about certain documents being put out to the public. Those are all public documents. All public employee compensation documents are public documents. But so anyway, I'll move on from that. In the union's rebuttal, they said that IAF never raised this issue in negotiations, but neither did the city. Well, if the parties had a practice that they both mutually agreed to, it follows neither might raise that issue. There are lots of issues that aren't spelled out in the contract that the parties have an understanding. They know how they do business, and those are past practices, and that this is one of them. If the union said that the contract was clear, but if the contract really was clear, and we say it wasn't, it's ambiguous, it doesn't deal with what happens when someone's work is not a 24-hour shift assignment. But if the contract was clear, why didn't the union raise this issue at any time over the last few contract negotiations? The fact that it wasn't raised is evidence that the CBA is not clear, that people were being paid in accordance with this practice, the union was accepting it, and they wouldn't have accepted it if the contract was clear. Well, the members, the union is also, I guess one thing that's very confusing is that the union seems to say the contract's clear. However, there are some circumstances, like sometimes in training, we won't be entitled to overtime, but other times we will be. And I don't understand where you make that differentiation. I think the city is arguing for a principled way of deciding these cases in all circumstances. We will always hold the employee harmless to make sure they get their full pay. When they work beyond the 42 hours, they will get overtime. But the city does not pay for sleep time and personal time, except when, again, the only time we pay for sleep time is when they're in the firehouse, when they are subject to being called and called to work. So I think that what the union's presentation is a little confusing on that, because either the contract is clear and they are entitled to overtime for every minute outside of their regular scheduled shift, or it's not clear and the practice is what binds the parties, at least until something else is negotiated. So I'd urge the council to consider the facts carefully, and I know you will. And I hope that you will endorse the grievance decision that was reached by the chief and by the city manager. Thank you.
all right, well, thanks, everyone. We'll take up deliberative session under the executive session on the agenda. Appreciate your late time.
Do you want to declare the
Hearing closed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so moved.
Hearing closed at 10:04 by unanimous
Second.
consent. I won't do the motion. Just, nobody objects, so.
But you guys are gonna have executive session tonight. Are you expecting announcing action after that?
I can't say, but we're obligated to 10 days.
Yes.
So, all right. So upcoming business.
So I'll, if you don't need me anymore, I'll back off.
I don't think so. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So our next meeting, when is our next meeting?
Next week.
23rd.
Next week. Okay,
Tomorrow.
23. Okay.
Oh,
Tomorrow.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
If I could, because you mentioned earlier, I've been through a few of these. Please just be very careful. You can't speak to Nicholas about this. We can't speak to the firefighters about this, even if you run into them downtown.
Right.
Until after we make a decision. Just
Appreciate
wanted
that.
to remind everyone.
All right, so 123 on what's on the docket?
So we have to, planning to have VEM Stephanie Smith here to hopefully talk to us about the buyout process. So we'll be confirming details, but we tentatively scheduled her for the 23rd. So that'll be the big item for that meeting.
All right. And so it's just the one item meeting?
No, there's a bunch of other consent items, grants, police grants. That's the big ticket
Okay,
right now.
got it.
Yeah.
And Nicholas, I could withdraw. Last week, I wanted to see safe injection sites
Yes.
on, not necessary. When there was an amendment to the
Yes.
House bill, and there's a municipal opt-in. So the municipalities have to actually opt in now. So we'd have plenty of time if that does pass the House and the Senate and the entire session. We'd have plenty of time as a municipality to react to that. So I can withdraw that. We don't need to speak about that at this point in time.
Thanks, Counselor.
So that takes us to roundtable. Does anybody feel very strongly and want to go, or can we skip this? So,
You can skip it.
Move to adjourn.
all right, that's all right. Skip it.
Move to
So,
adjourn.
Aren't we going to go into the deliberative session?
Okay with going into
For
deliberative.
deliberative?
Yeah, I mean, while things are fresh,
I've never had the benefit of, we've always done these in executive session, as I said. So I actually have the benefit of watching the testimony over, a little like Judge Judy, and then looking at the exhibits in the privacy of my own little home
so
office.
you don't feel able to make a decision then?
I'd like to think a little bit.
Okay,
I
I'm keen
would
to.
too.
Okay.
I mean, and thinking at this hour, for me,
Yep.
All right, so that means we got next week then.
And do you want to do it at 5:30 next week, 5 o'clock next week, or do you want to do it?
Pushing anything before 6 is hard, I think.
It
for
really
everybody.
is.
Okay.
So I think let's put it as the
Sorry,
first item
yeah.
on the agenda at 6 o'clock and get that over with while our
That's a
minds
good
are
idea.
fresh. And then warn the regular.
It'll be a deliberative session at 6.
Yeah, and then we could warn the regular meeting at 7.
Got it.
All right.
Perfect.
So with that, Lozon made a motion to adjourn.
Everybody else made a
All in
second.
favor? Aye, it's 10:07. Okay.
Contract that you sent me.
Drive home safely.
Yes, sir.
Yes.